Welcome to the Victorian Metropolitan Championships, the 2026-2027 UNCLOUD event here, and we're underway in our first event, the 400 metres freestyle for our females. We have 6 heats in this event, all timed finals, so we will get our winners this morning as well. Joining me is Kaylee Marsh.
Good morning, guys. What a nice way to start off our Metro Short Course Championships, our 400s underway here. As we said, we have had a reseed in this event, so we are down to 6 timed finals this morning, the first one in the water. And we will have our fastest swimmers coming through from that 6th heat. But we'll keep an eye on the times. We do have timed finals, which means we present our medalists from this event. They can come from any heat. If you set the fastest time or one of the top 3 fastest times, you will be a medalist.
Yeah, it's Annabelle Tan who is leading the way here as we turn for our 3rd lap. Sienna Christian in 2nd and Bessie Pringle in 3rd, but it's the middle of the pool now starting to break away as we come down to the 100 metre mark. We've got no swimmer in lane 5 and we will see Annabelle turn narrowly ahead here at the 100 metres.
Yeah, the 2 girls in the middle have really started to set a little bit of a gap between themselves and the rest of the field. Doing well out in lane 8 is Annabelle Sun. We'll look to see who can come through the middle of this event. That 2nd and 3rd 100 seem to be where the most difference is made across the board. Entry time's just over that 5-minute mark, so always a great barrier to try and break under. If you can look up when you touch the touchpad at the finish and see that number 4 to begin with, always a nice sight.
We're seeing Sienna Christian now take the lead. The only swimmer with a seated time underneath that 5:04, and she'll turn here at the 150 at 1:46, narrowly ahead of Annabelle Tan. And Annabelle Sun in lane number 8, still having a good swim, but those 2 swimmers in lane 3 and 4 starting to extend that lead as they come down to this turn.
So going through onto the wall, looked like Sienna Christian ahead, but it was a nice underwater from Annabelle Tan to come up just in front. And this little game of cat and mouse continues between those 2 centre lanes of 3 and 4. This will be the halfway point for the girls here. Have a good idea of where they're sitting around that 2:24 mark. So they've set themselves up nicely to potentially break the 5-minute barrier.
Then Sienna, the last couple of laps, she started the laps really strong, but then we're seeing Annabelle come home better in the laps and get into the wall a little bit better to lead. This time it is Sienna in front here after dropping the last couple at the wall, so she's starting to find a little bit of a gap there against Annabelle. Annabelle Sun out in lane number 8 is still in 3rd spot.
We're just seeing Sienna start to bring those legs in a little bit stronger throughout this 100 here. That nice white water behind her. We've been watching the girls on their turns and their underwaters. Pretty impressed with the streamlines we're seeing. So great from these younger athletes. Annabelle Tan in lane 3, just 13 years of age.
We've got a 12-year-old there in Amber Lou, wasn't swimming in lane 5, but we've got that range of 12 through to 16. And seeing Sienna Christian break away in this 50 metres. She's now out by a body length as she really looks to put her foot down as she comes into the wall for the 300-metre mark. She turns in a 3:41.22, now out by a 1.5 from Annabelle Tan. Annabelle Sun still in 3rd, but Bessie Pringle now starting to come through as well.
Yeah, a little bit of movement throughout the back half of these swimmers across the field. It is tightening up as we come into this final 100. Who's got the legs left to really bring in and increase that stroke rate as well? Sienna Christian made that move early on to pull away, and she continues to gain a little bit more lead ahead of Annabelle Tan. Really working the kick. So great to see. As she comes, she'll turn, she'll get that bell, which signifies that they have 50 metres to go in this 400.
Out by 2 seconds now. Annabelle Sun and Bessie Pringle coming in third and fourth and starting to reduce the gap on Annabelle Tan, who is now starting to reduce the gap a little bit on Sienna Christian. But it's going to be Christian who turns here, still more than a body length ahead here as we turn for the last 25 metres.
And I think we might just see our leader break that 5-minute barrier. So looking to set a new personal best time out of this first heat. It will be Sienna Christian, who really took away this race in the second half. She'll hit the wall in a 4:57.83 ahead of Annabelle Tan, 4:59.67. And Bessie Pringle just gets the touch on that last 50, 5:00.78 to take third out of the first heat.
Underway in our second heat here of the 400-metre freestyle for our female athletes. We saw 2 swimmers break the 5-minute mark in that first heat. Majority of our swimmers in this heat do have a seated time underneath that 5 minutes, so expect to see this one a little bit quicker. And touching first is Olivia Knopf in lane number 3, second Olivia Tulls in lane number 0.
So as we move through these time finals this morning, we will see some different approaches to the 400-metre freestyle event. It did used to be considered more of a longer distance race, requiring a little bit more endurance, and swimmers had that ability to really hold back in the beginning of the race. But as they're watching, and particularly our Australian elite athletes push this event further and further ahead, it's becoming more and more of a sprint. You look at Lani Pallister, who repeatedly is breaking that 4-minute barrier in this race and going under the minute for every 100. There isn't really an opportunity to sit back too much, so we want to see these girls setting themselves up. They want some early speed to begin with, really get those heart rates sitting in the right zone. As we're seeing, those outside lanes are really attacking this heat, this second of 6, and it will be lane 0, Olivia Tuzel, who leads us through at the 100-metre turn ahead of Delta Bacon, with Olivia Nyhoff sitting in third. Some of those athletes in the middle, they'll be restraining it a little bit more throughout the first half and really want to build through.
And you mentioned those 2 athletes out in lane 0 and lane number 1, just outside that 5-minute barrier. So they're a couple that will be looking to try and get underneath that. And we're going to see Delta Bacon turn here at the 150 in front. Olivia Tuzel in lane number 2 still out there as well, and Celine Wetzel's in lane number 3. So it's the far side of the pool that has started really, really strong.
And it's good to see the girls who have taken it out quickly, the ones beside them are going along as well. So we don't just have a clear leader right out in front pulling away, but everyone's sticking together. It's really nice in these longer races if you do have someone that is swimming to your race plan and they can push one another along throughout.
As we've seen Nikita Chu in lane number 5 really come through in that 25 metres. She'll turn second with Delta Bacon still in front there. Celine Wetzel's in lane number 2, still sitting in third, but really starting to see these middle lanes come into the conversation now.
I'm liking the looks of how relaxed a few of the girls through the middle still are here. They haven't really brought the legs in yet. They still have that flutter kick, just holding their balance and keeping that stroke sitting on the surface. So they look to have a little bit left in the tank, maybe for these last 2 100s.
As we see, still Delta Bacon in front, Nikita Chu right on her shoulder. Now seeing Ava Rogers in lane number 4 come through as well. So it's all that far side, but we're starting to see the gap reduce here on Delta Bacon, who will turn first in a 3:19. Still a second ahead there, but that is narrowing.
So as they come to turn now, they have 100 metres of this event remaining. It will be Delta who goes through in first, now just ahead of Nikita Chu. Not much between those two girls, around half a second. Ava Rogers, probably the biggest mover throughout that third 100 there. Really pushed herself through the field. She was sitting back in about 5th or 6th early on, and now she's pushed her way into third and starting to bring in that kick. So she's really increased that and starting to close that gap. It still is, though, a race of 3 out in front.
Yeah, looks like Nikita Chu had a really good turn there to take the lead in this one as we're coming down for the last 50. It's going to be Nikita Chu turn first there, Delta Bacon in second, but Ava Rogers is right up there as well. So we've got 3 swimmers out the front trying to take this second heat out.
Nikita doing such a good job to keep the length of her stroke. Really reaching on each arm stroke there. She'll hold that lead now with 25 metres left to swim, just over Delta, who's had a fantastic swim from over in lane 1. She saved the best to last, though. She does have a little bit left. She is going to storm home down this final 25, reclaim that lead, and touch on the wall in first in a 4:51.90, ahead of Nikita Chu, 4:52.73, with Ava Rogers in the third, 4:53.70. And away we go now with our third timed final in our 400 metre freestyle this morning. We're looking at some of the athletes in this event sitting around that 4:53 to 4:57 mark, fairly similar to our previous heat. We'll see if any of these guys can start breaking under 4:50. Always when you're in these longer races, you can have that ability to take off larger chunks of time, because if you improve just half a second for each 50 and you're doing 8 50s in this race, it's going to add up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and being the start of the season as well, we've seen a lot of these swimmers have a lot of training in between races, so we will see a lot of improvements. And early on here, Mackenzie Wilson in lane number 8 has had a good start. She's going to still turn here in front at the 75 metres. Eve Weddle next to her in lane number 9's also had a good start, and Madison Schobel in the middle of the pool.
So we'll come through at that 100 metre turn. Mackenzie Wilson, 107.3. Really close now between second, third and fourth. They all went around really similarly in that 108 mark. And then we had Isla Smith on 109. So pretty close together for the rest of the field here early on in the 400.
Yeah, looks like Mackenzie Wilson starting now to open up a little bit of a lead. Nearly a second and a half ahead of Lexi Freestone in lane number 2. Madison Chanel in the middle of the pool, still looking strong, but early on it's all Mackenzie Wilson out here in lane number 8. She's extended her lead to more than a body length here at the 150 metre mark, nearly out by 2 seconds on the rest of the pack. Seeing this one spread out a little bit more than what we had seen in the previous 2 heats. But still Mackenzie Wilson looking really strong in lane number 8 as she comes down to the wall for the 175.
Just taking a peek at the skills there, and some of the things I like to see on these turns, particularly in the longer races, is that efficiency off the wall. So when their feet hit and they almost want to bounce off that touchpad, you want to have that nice glide phase. You don't want to be working, but you want to be getting some distance away from the wall. Tight streamlines, that ability to just hold and have movement, and then bring in those couple of butterfly kicks. You don't need too many in the longer races, but in particular through the breakout, so the part where we come through the surface, we want to see a little bit of an increase in kicks to really push that momentum.
We see that lead continue to grow out to 2.5 seconds now for Wilson. In second is Madison Schnabel, starting to come through in that lane number 5. Lexi Freestone still having a strong swim there in lane number 3, but Mackenzie Wilson, the only swimmer underneath that 3-minute mark here for the first 250.
And Mackenzie being really consistent with those splits. We do get to see them on our board come up each 25 during short course, and she's sat around those 18 lows throughout the last few 25s.
See Wilson turn there in front. Lexi Freestone now back in second spot. Madison Schnabel still in third. And Rena Liu now in fourth spot here. We've still got out the front there. It is Mackenzie Wilson, but the gap is starting to close on that far side of the pool.
So the girls come up to that 50-metre to go mark. And it will be Mackenzie Wilson. She pulled away early. She's maintained that lead. Starting to pick up speed a little bit as well. Really pushing through in the centre now. Nice race going on between Lexi and Rena. With Madison just trying to hold on throughout.
See Mackenzie now turn at the wall in a 4:30.11. In second, Rena Liu has come through in that 25 metres. Lexi Freestone in third spot there. But it will be Mackenzie Wilson, who's had a strong swim from start to finish, who is going to take out this third heat. She touches in a 4:47.38. In second is Rena Liu in a 4:50.25. And then in third spot is Lexi Freestone in a 4:51.14.
And away we go with our fourth time final in the girls 400-metre freestyle. We saw a quick pace set in the previous heat of a 4:47, and that will be our quickest time so far. We'll see if any of the girls in this heat can drop some time on their entries. We've got a couple of 4:44s in this one, 4:47 as well. So we'll see. We're looking for personal bests always. See what the girls can do out of heat 4.
Yeah, and this one again, we've got some 13-year-olds all the way through to 16-year-olds. Isabel Thornborough, one of the youngest ones in this heat, does have the fastest entry time. Coming into this one, turning first though, is Madison Brown. Ella Robinson in second at the 75 metres, and Isabel Thornborough now coming through into third.
Yeah, it's a quick first 100 for Madison Brown in lane 3, but what I'm liking is that she has that easy speed. It doesn't look like she's overdoing it too much on the stroke rate. She's got really nice stroke there, high elbows, good water hold, and just continuous on the feet. So there's some nice white water at the back, but she's not overdoing it.
Yeah, she's had a flying start here for the first 125 metres here. She turns in first, nearly 3 seconds ahead there of Ella Robinson in second spot in lane number 9, and then Isabel Thornborough in third. So she's taken this one out strongly. It's going to be a question whether she can maintain that for the second half of the race.
Certainly. We have a lot of these girls who are in that backpack here, and we'll see if they can build through and close the gap set by Madison Brown. But also doing really well is Ella Robertson, as you mentioned, out in lane 9. It's a tough spot to kind of swim because you can't see everyone on the inside of you as easily. But the good thing is they can't see you either. So you can be that little bit of a surprise attack.
It is, as we see, Isabel Thornborough now up into second, overtaken Ella Robinson. In fourth spot is Ada Aduki in lane number 7, but it is still Madison Brown out in front. She's leading by 6.5 seconds, so it has been an absolute smashing first half of this race for Madison Brown.
Certainly, if she can keep up this speed, she's going to be able to set a really quick time from this fourth heat, which could be comparable to the girls in that sixth and that fastest heat. So we will certainly keep an eye on it. She doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon. As I said, she did look like that first 100 wasn't too hard, so she has the energy there in her back pocket to keep moving through. Turning in second now is Isabel Thornborough, so she's worked her way up ahead of Ella Robertson down in lane 9, and those three swimmers all have quite the clear gap on the rest of the field.
And we talk about this one, different ages. Madison Brown, the oldest swimmer in this heat, so seeing a little bit of that experience and probably a little bit more strength in her body, be able to lead this one as we come down to the 300-metre mark here. We will see Madison Brown turn first in a 3:19.58. Isabel Thornborough is still in that second spot. She's going to come in to touch the wall now. And she does that. It is nearly 9 seconds there, so that lead has extended.
She has just taken a little bit of a look up at the lap counter to see how far she has left. I imagine that's because she's probably starting to hurt a little bit. She will be getting the bell as she does her next tumble turn. The other thing with a lot of these swimmers is this is kind of our kick-off meet for our bigger events in our short course season. So maybe a few of them haven't raced in a while, particularly it could be since last short course season in these events. So there is that ability to really put in the hard work, put in the hard training and do some massive personal bests. But based on where she's been sitting throughout this whole 400, I think she's going to have a nice drop in her personal best entry time of 4:48.
Yeah, she touches first in a 4:13.10. Isabel Thornborough well and truly in second, and Ella Robinson in third. But it is going to be Madison Brown who will touch first in this one as she comes underneath the flags here. She's going to come in and touch the wall at a 4:30.16, so 18 seconds quicker than her seeded time. That's a massive drop in time. Isabel Thornborough in a 4:37.99, so she still drops 7 seconds of her entry time, and we're going to see Ella Robinson in third spot there in a 4:43.34.
So a very fast swim out of that fourth timed final, which brings us to time final number 5 of 6. Now, to put it into perspective, 4:37 was second in our previous heat, and that is the fastest entry time in this one.
Yeah, so these swimmers will be looking to improve their times as well. We do have a couple of times 4:17, 4:20 in the next heat, so still some fast swimmers to come in this one. And after the first 50, it's Abby Mesha leading in lane number 5. Mia Yo in lane number 9 is in second spot.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Abby do a nice drop on her entry time. She had a fantastic age nationals back in April and really kind of come through this last season with leaps and bounds of improvement. She'll go through at the 100-metre mark in a 1:03.29, just ahead of Mia Yeo out in lane 9. Mia, really well known for her butterfly, so great to see her in a 400-metre freestyle. Really good 100 and 200-metre flyer.
Seen come down for the 125 metres here. Abby Mesher still in front, leading by a second and a half on Mia Yo. Mariella Simmons in third. She started to close the gap a little bit on those swimmers towards the front. Abby Mesher out by more than a body length here after the first 150 metres. Mia Yo still starting to come through out there in lane number 9, but it'll be Mesher who touches first at the 1:75 mark, ahead of Mia Yo, out to nearly a 2-second lead.
Abby looking pretty relaxed. She's breathing every second stroke, so making sure she gets plenty of oxygen in. On that particular lap, she had that ability to see across to this side of the pool where Mia Yo is still kind of sitting around her feet, so doesn't have it all her own way. Really need to push through this second half, try and separate herself a little bit more.
Yeah, she touches first here at the 2:25 mark here. 2.5 seconds ahead now of Mia Yo, so able to extend that narrowly. Mariella Simmons in third spot. Alice Shea in seventh. Jasmine Hume, who's got the fastest time in this heat, back in seventh, so you would expect her to start to come through in this second half as well.
Interesting just to note the differences in the technique from these girls out in front. You do have Abby, she's got that slower stroke rate going on, obviously doing some good things under the water, and then you compare that to Mariella, who's a little bit quicker on the stroke rate at the front, but really bringing the legs in a lot more. You can see much better white water throughout the second half of this race.
See Abby extend her lead out to beyond 3 seconds, but not much between second and third. But it's been a controlled swim so far from Abby Mesher, who will now come to turn at the 3:25 mark here. Mia Yo still in second there in lane number 9, and Mariella Simmons in third. So it's those three who have been fighting this one out. Alice Shea a little bit further back and forth.
So Abby gets the bell, 50 metres remaining, and you just saw in that previous 25, she really started to lift, increase that rate, increase the kick, fighting hard down this final 50. It's been a great last 100 for Mariella, who has pushed her way through in front of Mia Yo, who sat in second for so long in this race, out in lane 9. It's going to be a nice drop in time for her.
As we see now, Abby Mesher come down to complete this race. She came in with a 4:38.60. She's going to touch in a 4:26.73. She's a race for second, but it's going to be Mariella Simmons who will touch second in a 4:33.43, and Mia Yo in a 4:35.68. Welcome back here to the final heat of the 400-metre freestyle. We've got 6 timed finals in this event. So far, the fastest time is a 4:26 from Abby Mesher. 2 of these swimmers have swum underneath that with their seated time, so it's going to be a race on here for the medals as we come down towards the first 50 metres. Touching first, there is Ariella Tomlinson in second, Lucy Marr and Ava Thickens in third.
So a lot more experience out of this timed final for the girls 400-metre freestyle. We've seen these girls race age nationals, age short course championships last year, and we're looking for who has that racing ability on the day. It is the first event. We want to see where these swimmers are. We do have State Age and State Open coming up in just less than a month away, really, and a lot of them, that will be their focus. So it'll be a bit of a hit out today of who has the speed under their belt, who's put in the training, and who's probably feeling the freshest or ready to race this morning.
And probably a little bit depends on how big your program is as well, what you're sort of focusing on. Some of these swimmers might be just wanting a hit out, as you said, to get in the water ahead of their pet events. And it's Arabella Tomlinson who is still leading here as we come down to the 150 mark. Lucy Marr right beside her in a second. And then touching the wall in third is Ava Thickens in lane number 8.
So the Golden Lanes out in the lead, pulling away early on in this 400, setting the pace through that first 150. Nothing separating those two girls there on the turn. I think almost this is where the mind games come into play. You know, they're breathing towards one another on this lap. They know exactly where they're sitting in this race.
As we see Lucy Marr take the lead now, narrowly ahead of Arabella Tomlinson. In third is Lucy Dolan, who had a really good third 50 metres there. But we will see that battle in the middle of the pool there. Lucy Marr now in front, still narrowly, but not much between these two swimmers.
Yeah, each time they come into the turn, they're almost turning over, beginning the turn at the same point. But Lucy Marr a little bit quicker bringing those feet onto the wall, which is why her touch time is quicker. But you'll see Arabella just uses her power off the wall, probably a little bit better, I would say, to come up right in line with Lucy each time.
As we see here again, not much between the two of them as they come towards the wall here. Lucy Marr still narrowly ahead here of Arabella Tomlinson. They are looking at each other on the back 25s of each of these 50s as well. So you mentioned the mind games. They can see exactly where each other are, and it's still Lucy Marr narrowly ahead here as we head to the turn for the 300-metre mark.
So 100 metres to go, and this is where the girls are really going to be trying to pull away. Looks like Lucy Marr's made the early start. And we also have a close race now for that third place spot within this heat. Very tight between the two Lucys of Lucy Dolan and Lucy Reid in lanes 3 and 2.
See our first two swimmers come down for the bell, and Lucy Marr has now been able to open up a little bit of a lead here ahead of Arabella Tomlinson. It's out beyond half a body length here, and Marr had a really good turn to further extend that as she comes down to the last 25 metres.
So the time to beat sits at 4:26. Our leaders are definitely looking like they're well under that pace. This is a quick 400. As we come into touch, it will be Lucy Marr who takes out this one in a 4:15.41. Ahead of Arabella Tomlinson, 4:16.91. Racing the clock now is Lucy Reid sitting in third. She's going to be just outside of her teammate Abby Mesh's time from the previous heat, touching in a 4:28.63. But a great swim to start off our morning from the girls.
Underway here in event number 2, the 200 metres backstroke for our men. We have got 4 timed finals in this one. Just 3 swimmers in heat number 1, and starting well was Emmanuel Commerling in lane number 4. Beside him is Tiger Zimo Song, and Logan McEwen turned in 3rd.
So the boys here all have pretty close entry times. As they come through at the 50-metre turn, it will be Emmanuel who leads us through. He's got a nice little break already on Tiger, 32.98 to 33.61, with Logan in lane 3 sitting in 3rd. This is a 200-metre backstroke, so you don't want to waste or put all your eggs in that first 50. You've got to hold back just that little bit, especially in a short course field where you do have so many underwaters in the backstroke, and I think this one's almost a lung buster of a swim.
Yeah, as we've seen Tiger, he looks strong off the turns, but once they're up and stroking, Emmanuel looks the stronger of the 3. He'll turn in a 1:08.64, more than a second and a half ahead of Tiger, with Logan back in 3rd. But the lead out the front is more than a body length here, as Emmanuel looks to extend this lead down this second 100 metres.
His stroke rate looking nice and relaxed here, which is great for a 200. Set himself up well if we're looking at his entry time of a 2:28 to be round in a 1:08.
He comes down here for the 150 metres, turns in a 1:46.81. Still that second and a half in front here as we come down this last 50 metres, ahead of Tiger, then Logan McEwen back in 3rd. So it is all Emmanuel here by more than a body length as we turn for the final 25 metres in this one. He turns in a 2:26.14. That second and a half lead has maintained, but Tiger had a really good turn to start coming up alongside him.
Yeah, really pushing through on this final 25. I think it's going to be a little bit too late though as we come into touch. Taking this one out will be Emmanuel, 2:24.79 ahead of Tiger, 2:27.13, with Logan touching in 3rd in a 2:30.11. Into the water now, and we have our second heat of 4. Best of the underwaters there. Coming out of lane 6, Elijah Lamont. Fastest first 25. Getting his feet onto the wall really quickly was YK Ken Kai in lane 7.
Been a fairly even start across the middle of the pool here. Coming up to touch for the first 50 it will be Ashton Clements in first from Yi Yang, and then Michael Bamford in 3rd, but not much between these swimmers in the middle there.
Absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth. They're almost a straight line across that first 50. We are starting to see a couple of the boys here begin to make their move at the 75-metre turn. Ashton Clements, the only one under that 50-second barrier, 49.70. And starting to gain himself almost a body length on the field throughout this 50.
Yeah, we saw Ashton Clements and Michael Bamford come in with times in the 2:21, so they're the fastest in this heat. But so far, it's Ashton Clements out by nearly a second and a half from Yi Yang. Michael Bamford not far behind him.
So Ashton holding on to that lead. Ian Michael really, really close still, just 4 100ths between those two on the turn. And then Elijah back closing the gap as well for that second place spot.
Ashton Clements now out in front by more than a body length. A real race on for second in this heat. Elijah Lamont coming up besides the other two. We will see Ashton Clements turn here first in a 2:65 in second. Michael Bamford, but Elijah Lamont now up into third.
Under the flags, though, it's all Ashton Clements. He's going to take away this one. 2:17.21, tight for second. Looks to be lane 4. It will be Michael Bamford, 2:21.72, ahead of Elijah Lamont, 2:22.11.
In the water for our third of 4 times finals here in the men's 200-metre backstroke. A fairly even start across the pool here. Looks like narrowly going to touch a first set is Angus Goodison in the middle of the pool, but not much between all of these swimmers.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Angus almost built through the first 25, and he's done the same thing on this lap. The other boys make up a little bit of ground on the underwater. Then he just pulls away through the swim element. Sitting in second on the turn is Joaquin Leo Kaiser over in lane 0. He's going out pretty quickly as well, 30.52 behind Angus, who was through in just under 30 seconds, 29.96.
As we see Angus turn first there, Joaquin with a really good 25 metres there. He was closing the gap, but then coming out of this turn, Angus has had a really good 25 metres here. He will take the lead as we go here at the 100-metre mark. He'll turn first in a 1:02.80. He's nearly 3.5 seconds ahead there of Joaquin over in lane number 2, and Lev in lane number 3 turned in third.
So our leader nicely sitting ahead of the field, close for second and third throughout. Not a lot separating the rest of the pack. It's kind of spread across the board here. Starting to really push through, though, is Lev in lane 3. He was sitting back in third, looks to have moved his way into second place. A little bit of momentum on his side. 50 metres left to swim. A good turn as well to come up on the hip of Angus.
Yeah, that was an extremely good turn, and now it's only half a body length difference between those first two. Angus trying to hold on here as he turns for the last 25 metres. Lev again with another really good turn, but Angus still keeping that momentum in front.
A lot of speed over in lane 6 as well from Michael Fan. He's really pushed through in the second half of this 200, but it won't be enough to catch Angus Goodison. Led from start to end, 2:10.57 ahead of Lev Dishliuk, 2:11.71, and Michael Fan touching in third, 2:13.40.
In the water for the fourth and final of this 200 metres backstroke for our male competitors. Turning first here after the first 25 metres is Joshua in lane number 3. Oliver Callio in lane number 5 had a good start, as did Liam Paulson.
Yeah, Josh Wachowski out very quickly in that first 25. A lot of that was just the underwater. He had a great first 15 metres. He's holding that nice slower stroke rate, which is great for our 200s. Just starting to see almost synchronised swimming between lanes 4 and 5 in Liam Paulson and Oliver Callio.
It's been a really good, strong start there. 6 of our swimmers in this heat do have entry times underneath the 2-minute 10 mark here, which is our fastest time so far in this timed finals, with Joshua Wachowski still touching first there at the halfway mark in a 57.64. Liam Paulson in second in a 1 minute 04, and Oliver Callio in third in a 1 minute 7.8. With Joshua Wachowski turning here at the 1:25 mark. He's nearly 3 seconds there ahead of Liam Paulson. It has been a strong swim so far from Joshua, who did come in with a time here of 2:06.84, so he'll be looking to improve that. But starting to come through now is Liam Paulson. He had a good third 50 metre there, but Joshua Wachowski is still in front here. He's going to turn for the last 25 metres. Turns in a 1:43.96. Still that 3 and a bit seconds there ahead of Liam Paulson, Oliver Callio in third. So it's been those 3 since the start here. And it'll be Joshua Wachowski who touches first, and he gets underneath that 2-minute mark with a 1:59.11. Liam Paulson in a 2:02.36, and Oliver Callio third in a 2:05.70.
Presenting the medals for event number 1, the girls 14 and under 400 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal representing MLC, Mariella Simmons. Winner of the silver medal representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Lucy Dolan. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 4:26.73 from MLC, Abby Mesher. And presenting our medalists for event 1, the women's 15 and over 400 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal representing MLC, Lucy Reid. Winner of the silver medal representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Arabella Tomlinson. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 4:15.41 from MLC, Lucy Ma. Congratulations to our medalists.
In the water for event number 3, the 50 metre breaststroke for our female multi-class athletes. So this one we do have a number of different swimmers from different categories here, so it will come down to which swimmer is closest to their world record at the end here. Touching first there was Grace Ryder. She was ahead of Jessica McDermott, who are both SB19 athletes. So those two are going head to head there. Grace Ryder will look to touch first in this one. Jessica McDermott going with her, but it will be Grace Ryder who touches first in a 37.99. Jessica McDermott second in a 39.09. Touching third is Ruby Halliday, one of our SB7 athletes. Abby Glyron touches fourth in a 47.59. She's an SB19 athlete as well. Yeah, as we see our final swimmers come down to the wall in this event. Touching there is Kira Warwick. We've still got Laura Stobie on that far side, our SB6 athlete, who's starting to come through now. See Lara Stobie touch the wall there. Good swim by all our swimmers in that event.
We have an infraction report for event number 2, heat 1, lane 3. The swimmer's turn not executed at completion of the arm pull after turning onto the breast at the 25-metre turn. That is event number 2, heat 1, lane 3. Into the water now with event 4, the men's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class. Quite a stacked field of athletes across the lanes here as they turn through at the 25. It will be Miles Parfitt leading us around. Once again, we'll be eagerly awaiting these point scores. Onto the touch, Miles, 32.74, just outside his personal best. Cooper Harrington, Mingzi Pang and Hamish Keenan all coming in almost together there. 37.36 for Cooper. And a cheeky swim down in lane 9 from 4-time Paralympian Ahmed Kelly. He'll touch the wall under the minute, 59.35. Presenting the medalists for event 2, the men's 200-metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal representing Melbourne Vic Centre, Oliver Callio. Winner of the silver medal representing Melbourne Vic Centre, Liam Paulson. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 1:59.11, representing MLC, Joshua Wachowski. Congratulations, boys.
We are now in the water for event number 5, the 50-metre butterfly for our girls 11 and under. Fairly even start across the pool in our first of 10 timed finals. Touching first at the halfway mark will be Lavinia White. Madeline Carpenter touched in second, but it was a really good back part of that first lap for Emma Eagleton. As we see our swimmers come down the pool, it's Lavinia White and Emma Eagleton who are leading the way as we're coming down to the wall. Looks like it's going to be Eagleton who may have just come over the top there. She does touch first in a 39.05. Touching second was Veronica Saldina in a 39.87. And then third was Madeline Carpenter in a 41.47.
the water now, we have our heat 2 of girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. Going in first, we have lane 6, Nina Pinza with a time of 14.49 as she touches that wall. Strong underwaters off that wall. She has multiple body lengths in front of second right now, which is Adelaide Wren. And touching in the wall in first, Nina Fizina with 32.05.
Touching second is Adelaide Wren in lane number 9, and third, Gabriella Elise Barcio in third in a 37.33.
And away we go with our third heat of 10. So great to have so many of our 11 and unders racing across the weekend. And particularly in an event like the 50 metre butterfly. Turning through in first will be lane 6, Elsa Yang. She's gone around in a 17.22. Good turn over in lane 3 for Millicent Carr, and really starting to push her way down the second 50 here. Some fast times coming out of lanes 8 and 9 as well. Who'll get their hands on the wall first? It will be Millicent, 38.41. Ahead of Mona Yoshida out in lane 8, 38.70. Just 1/100th ahead of Charlotte Chu in lane 9.
In the water for our 5th time final of the 50 metre butterfly for our 11 and under girls. Starting well there in lane number 5 is Sissy Daya. She's leading the way as we come down for the turn. She'll narrowly touch ahead of Isla Wang. It's those two in front. Isla had a really good underwater to come up alongside Sissy. The two of them are now coming down the pool for this back part of this 25 metres. With Sissy leading the way, but Isla looks like she's coming home extremely strongly. It's going to come down to the touch, and it's going to be Isla who touches first in a 36.34. Sissy Deo in third in second, in a 26.74, and Colleen Wang in lane number 1 touches third in a 38.07.
Some flying starts for the girls in the 50 metre butterfly, and once again seeing some speed in those outside lanes. Lane 1 doing well early on here, Ali Zhang. She'll turn in first, 16.25, ahead of Sarah Demisarich over in lane 0. Holding on to that lead through the second 25, lane 9 and lane 7 also in the mix for the placings in Heat 5, but it will be Ali Zhang who touches in first, 36.56 ahead of Sarah, 37.16, and then down in lane 9, Angeline Mary Jong in third, 37.72.
Heat 6 of 7 in the 50-metre butterfly for our 11 and under girls. Our swimmers are up and stroking as we're coming down to the halfway mark. It's a 3 race at the front. They're going to touch first is Melissa Yang ahead of Zheng Zheng, and then third was Honika Terasaka. The 3 of them still in front here as we come back down this back 25 metres. Looks like Melissa Yang narrowly in front. Honika coming hard at her, but it is going to be Melissa Yang who touches first in a 33.83. Zheng Zheng touches third behind Yonika Terasaka in second in a 34.45.
Heat 7 underway now. Not a lot separating the girls off that start through the first 15 metres. Starting to push up. Will be lane 6 by the looks. Lily Jashevsky in a 16.24 ahead of Elise Wong over in lane 1. Elise got the better of the underwaters, sitting up nice and high. And those 2 girls going to be down through under the flags first. Lily, though, powerful through the swim component. She'll touch in first, 35.42 ahead of Elise. 36.06 with Emma Braden touching in third, 37.16.
Up and stroking in heat number 8 of our 50-metre butterfly for our 11 and under girls. Starting well over in lane number 0 is Stacey Du. Lane number 9, Catherine Jiang in lane 9, also starting strong. But it's UXan Ju in the middle who did touch first. Not much between the swimmers, but it is the middle lane here in white. UXan Ju who will look to touch first in this one. She'll touch first in a 33.22. In second was Catherine Jiang in a 34.13. And Stacey Ju out in lane number 0, third in a 34.38.
Into our second last heat now, and it was a quick start and underwater from Amy Zhu in lane 1. High stroke rate out in lane 6. Alexis Ping, she'll touch the wall, 15.72 ahead of Amy. Best of the underwaters went to Jia Yu in lane 4. Fastest qualifier into this heat and really starting to showcase why that is down the second 25. Can she time the touch onto the wall? She will. 34.13 ahead of Alexis, 34.58. And third, Angelina Wang down in lane 8. Came home like fire. Well done, girls.
In the water for our final heat of event number 5, the 50-metre butterfly for our 11 and under girls. It's across the middle of the pool here as we come down to the first 25 metres. Not much between first and fourth. Was Elena Zeng who touched first in lane number 4. But those 4 middle lanes, they're still looking really strong as we come down the back part here. It's lane 4 and 5 battling this one out, but Elena Zeng able to come away late with a 31.09. Touches ahead of Mia Liu in a 31.39, and third was Ava in a 32.26. Narrowly misses the record that was set last year.
Presenting the medals for event number 3, the girls 14 and under 50 metre breaststroke multi-class. Winner of the bronze medal from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Scarlett Morgan. Winner of the silver medal from Essendon District Aquatic, Abby Glaran. And winner of the gold medal from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Jessica McDermott. Presenting the medals for the women's 15 and over 50 metre breaststroke multi-class. Winner of the bronze medal representing Flyers, Kira Warwick. Winner of the silver medal representing Ivanhoe Swim, Grace Ryder. And winner of the gold medal representing MLC, Ruby Halliday. Into the water now, we have event 6, the boys 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. We have 9 timed finals in this event this morning. In the water, heat 1, leading us through in this first 25 will be Maxwell out of lane 4, turning ahead now with Perry Snow and Edward Wang. Can they hold this speed down the 25? Their entry times all just over that 44-second mark. Looks like we might see some good personal best. And it will be Maxwell Lochikankul in lane 4, under the 40, 39.66, ahead of Edward Wang, 42.78, and Perry Snow, 43.15.
In the water for our second heat of the boys 11 and under butterfly. Like all our events today, all timed finals. So one and only swim in this discipline for these athletes. So we see touching at the halfway mark, it is Harry Turner-Mayett in first. In second, Nathan Gian. But it is Harry who is leading the way now down this back 25 metres. The first two going stroke for stroke. Nathan trying to come up alongside Harry, but it is going to be Harry who does touch first in this heat in a 39.32. Second was Nathan Gian in a 39.64, and then third was Mayan in lane number 0.
away in racing with our third heat of the boys 11 and unders, and there must be something in the water in these outside lanes. They are swimming very, very quickly out of our Metro short course heats today. Going through in first will be Jamie Gin over in lane 1 ahead of Jackson Underwood out in lane 9. Really set the pace. It's going to take a lot of work for these middle lanes to catch up. Don't think we've got enough pull left for that to happen. As we come in under the flags, it's going to be close between the two boys down in lanes 9 and 8. But it will be Jackson Underwood who touches that touchpad in a 38.10 to take out the third heat.
In the water now, we have heat 4 of our boys 11 under 50 metre butterfly. Coming up first and strong in lane 7, Hasten Lin touching the wall first with a time of 16.74. Hasten Lin and Jessie Chong fighting it off right now, neck and neck. Probably coming in for some PBs with all of these boys with a time of 41 above. Hitting the wall first in a time of 36.79, we have Hasten Lin. Hitting the wall second, we have Jessie Chong with 37.55. And hitting the wall third, we have Jedia Chung with a time of 38.56.
In the water for timed final number 5 of 9 here for the 50 metre butterfly for our boys 11 and under. Lucas Liang has gone out on a flyer out in lane number 0. He will touch first here at the wall in a 16.99. Joel Walker touches in second. But it's Lucas out in lane number 0 who is controlling this race as we come down the back part of this second lap. So Lucas out in lane number 0 is going to take this one out quite easily. He is going to touch there in a 36.83, 5 seconds faster than his seeded time. In second was Joel Walker in a 38.84, and third was Brian Dew in a 40.39.
Well, we've seen some great personal best swum in the first 5 of these time finals out of 9 from the 11 and under boys 50 metre butterfly. This one's a close one. Leading us through will be the outside lanes. Once again, lane 0, Ewan Toner, 17.10 ahead of Brian Gu. As they come down the second 25, once again, field is tightening. Looks to be lane 5 who might have a narrow lead now. Costa Wang, can he get the timing of the touch? I don't think his touchpad's gone up. It is saying Aaron G from lane 4 in a 37.91 ahead of Nisal Saveneth, and then in third Ewan. But we'll wait and see those times.
The 7 of the 50 butterfly for our 11 and under boys is underway. Fairly even across the pool down this first 25 metres. Starting to see Alexander David come through there in lane number 6. Had a really good turn to further extend his lead off the wall. He's now in front and extending that lead down the back part of this second 25 metres. It's going to be Alexander David who is going to take this one out. He is going to touch first. I was going to say Daniel Joan came home hard. We've got another touch part. Alexander David definitely did touch first. Daniel Joan second in a 35.33 and Evan Lee third in a 35.44.
Starting to see a little bit more speed throughout the field here. Going out quickly was Alexandro Chen in lane 7. He looks to have the lead as we turn onto the wall. Oliver Diamond over in lane 1, though, really pushed through the second half of that first 25, and a great underwater from him as well. He's now in the lead ahead of Bruce Zheng in lane 4. This field, though, closing up. It's all hands on deck and all hands to the wall. It will be Felix Ziyuan Gao in lane 5. 34.83 gets the touch ahead of Charlie O'Connor. 34.96 with Jake Hajian Wong in lane 8. Coming in third, 35.04.
Our final of our 9-time finals for the 50-metre butterfly for our boys, 11 and under. Starting to come through are the middle lanes there. It is going to be lane 6 there. Nathan Zhang, who does touch first at the halfway mark. Joshua Yu also had a strong first 25 metres. It is Nathan who is starting to extend that lead out in this back part of this race. It's going to be Nathan Zhang who is going to take this one. It's going to be a contest for second, but Nathan Zhang in a 31.41. He touches ahead of Sean Deng in a 31.56, and Joshua Yu touches third in a 31.77. Our fastest swimmers of this event so far.
Presenting the medals for event 2, the boys 14 and under 200-metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal representing Haileybury Swim Club, E. Yang. Winner of the silver medal representing Yarra Plenty Waves, Elijah Lamont. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:14.23 representing MLC, Fraser Blair. Presenting the medals for event 4, the boys 14 and under 50 metre breaststroke multi-class. Winner of the bronze medal representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Henry O'Brien. Winner of the silver medal representing Western Melbourne Propulsion, Patrick Sicci. And winner of the gold medal representing Caulfield Aquatics, Phoenix Zhang. In our men's 15 and over 50 metre breaststroke multi-class, our medalists in bronze from Camberwell Grammar Aquatic, Mingzi Pang. Winner of the silver medal from Yarra Plenty Waves, Cooper Harrington. And winner of the gold medal representing Vic Centre, Ahmed Kelly.
Event number 7 underway, the 100 metre freestyle for our 12 and 13-year-old girls. We've got 9 timed finals in this one, and nothing between our 3 swimmers as they touch the wall for the first 25 metres.
Super close on entry time, and we're really seeing that showcased in this race. They're stroke for stroke throughout this whole first 50. It looks like Ren One Track Go in lane 5 might just have a slight advantage as we come into the turn. She'll go through in a 32.39 ahead of Mia, 32.87 with Elizabeth in third.
Yeah, as we start to see here, Ren starting to extend her lead now as we come down this third 25 metres. She's going to be narrowly in front here, but Elizabeth starting to find her place in this race as well. Ren touches first, Elizabeth second, Mia slightly behind them.
But it certainly is closing once again. Elizabeth had the quickest third 25 of the 3. Looks like Ren maybe just in front. Who can put their head down and get that hand onto the touch first? It will go to Elizabeth by 7/100ths of a second. 108.61 ahead of Ren, 108.68 with Mia in third, 108.81.
In the water now, we have event 7, heat 2 of 9, girls 12 to 13, 100 metre freestyle. Touching the wall first, in lane 5, we have Yi Yang Soon in the time of
14.73. It hasn't come up on the scoreboard there as we now start to come down this second 25 metres. Will still be lane 5. Yi Yang Sun, who will be leading the way in this one. Second is Florence Jacobson in lane number 3, and Grace Cox in lane number 2 turns in third spot. But it's lane 2 and 3 who are starting to come up here along Yi Yang as we come down for the touch for the final 25 metres. It's Florence who narrowly touches ahead of Yi Yang. Grace Cox still in third, and starting to come through is Natalie Du. As we come down this last 25 metres, there's nothing between the first 2 in this race here. Is Yi Yang and Florence. It's going to be Yi Yang who finishes the stronger in a 106.79. Florence Jacobson second in a 107.19. And Grace Cox holds on for third in a 107.40.
Into the water now goes heat 3. I do have some infraction reports for us. So, infraction report for event number 6, heat 6, lane 7. Initiated a start before the signal. That is event number 6, heat number 6, lane 7. We also have an infraction report for event number 6, heat 7, lane 4. Initiated a start before the signal. That is event number 6, heat 7, lane 4.
As we're coming down our third 25 metres in this one, Celia in lane number 8 is leading the way. She will touch in a 47.11. Zamazu in second spot and Emma Naden in third. So all the action on this side of the pool. Celia is going to claim this one. She's led from start to finish. She will touch here in a 1:03.67. Zamazu in second in a 1:05.29. And Emma Naden in third in a 1:05.31.
Away and racing now with our fourth heat. Tight through the first 25. Charlotte Grover over in lane 0 gets her feet on first, 14.62. Good underwater there from Alice Zheng. And just starting to push her way into the lead is our swimmer in lane 4, Chloe Lynn. She'll lead us around at the 50-metre mark, 31.18 ahead of Alice and Charlotte.
Yeah, it was a strong first 50 there from Chloe, who's trying to extend that lead, but on that far side, Alice and Charlotte trying to go with her. There's not going to be much as we come down for the wall for the final 25 metres. Chloe Lynn still leading, Alice Seng in second, and those two have started to break away, but we're starting to see Cleo come through in lane 6.
Yeah, fighting hard for sure. The two girls out in front. It's going to be tight onto the finish. Looks like it might go to Chloe just narrowly. Chloe Lynn, 105.99 ahead of Alice Zheng, 106.07. Olivia Johnson, third onto the wall, 106.61. Away we go now with our fifth heat. It was lane 6, Lily Egan. Got away the best off the start. A few of these athletes returning to the pool now after that 400 free.
Yeah, it was a good start from Lily. Farah Lee next to her has also had a good first 50, but now starting to come through in lane number 5 is Delta Bacon, one of those swimmers we did see earlier this morning. Had a really good swim in the 400 metres, one of the far lanes, but this one in one of the middle lanes. And turning first was Delta, second there was Lily, and then third, Kristen Silva.
25 metres left to swim, and Delta holding on to that lead now. Kristen Silva really pushed through in that third 25. What does she have left? Right alongside her, Claire Zhang. And it will be Delta Bacon, 102.85 ahead of Claire, 104.51, and Kristen, 104.95.
Into the water now, we have heat 6 of our girls 12 to 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Pretty even, but into the wall we have first into the wall, lane 6, Audrey Marchant with a time of 13.98.
Yeah, Ella Chen having a really good swim in lane number 9 as well. She did touch in second. but she's going to be up among the pace setters as we come to the halfway mark. Also looking good at this one is Annabelle Kim, who does touch first, ahead of Ali Chen and Audrey Marchant in third spot. So all the action so far on this side of the pool. It is Annabelle Kim who is leading the way as we come down to this last 25 metres. She will touch first, narrowly ahead of Ali Chen and Audrey Marchant. It is still Annabelle Kim leading the way. Ali Chen looks like she's coming hard in this back 25 metres. But at this stage, it looks like Marchant will hold on just narrowly there ahead of Ali Chen. So Annabelle Kim touches first in a 1:03.47. Ali Chen in second in a 1:03.59. And third is Audrey Marchant in a 1:04.31.
Heat 7 underway, middle lane starting to make a move. Sadia Zhao going through 13.76 ahead of Micah Chow, and Onkyu Eve sitting in that third place spot. As we come into the 50-metre mark, Sadia just looks amazing this morning. She's got half a body length through this first 50. Turns under the 30-second mark, 29.43, ahead of Micah, just over 30, 30.16, with Rosie McCann now moving into third, 30.50.
Yeah, it's on at the front here as they look for a quick time. Still Sadia leading the way here. Touches in a 45.84. She's out by a body length now. Mika Chow in second, and third is Eve Hoy in lane number 5 here, but it is going to be Sadia Zhao who will take this one out. Going to come through as our fastest qualifier so far in a 1:01.95. Eve in second with a 1:04 flat, and Mika Chow in third with a 1:04.19. In the water of heat number 8 or 9 of the 100-metre freestyle for our girls, 12 and 13-year-olds. Even start across the pool here. Going to touch first is Ali Wang over in lane number 0 in a 13.70. Zia in second in a 13.95. But now the middle lane's really starting to come into this one as we come down for the halfway mark. Ali Wang still touches first, Zia in second, but now in third, Neve Jeffs.
Yeah, Ali Wang, she's such a great sprinter. We saw her name in the program record holder from that 50-metre fly last year. She's gone out first person under 29 on the turn, really holding that lead. A little bit of a surprise from out in lane 0. It's going to be a battle to try and catch up to her. Neve Jeffs really working through the second half of this 100 freestyle. She has caught up and made up a lot of that margin set early on. Doesn't look like she's quite going to have enough, though, to take the win in this one. It will be Ali Wang, 1:00.36 ahead of Neve, 1:01.04. And then Victoria Dang finishes in third in a 1:01.53. Into the water now with our 9th and final heat of the girls, 12-13 years, 100-metre freestyle. Some quick times out of that 8th heat. 1:00.36 is the current time to beat. Only one person in this field has broken under the minute, and that is your fastest qualifier, Hannah Dye, in lane 4. She goes through in second to Amelie Dior-Velikovsky down in lane 9, who's just been swimming at the School Sport Australia Games the last week. She still seems to be doing really well. At the 50-metre turn, though, Hannah, she has taken over that lead, 28.86 on the turn.
Yeah, Hannah's still looking strong there, but next to her, Angelina Shang also starting to come through. It's going to be lane 3 and 4 who touch first. Angelina touches on the wall. These two are now coming down the pool here, hoping for a good time. Amelia Dior also looking still strong in lane number 9, but it's going to be on the touch here for lane 3 and 4. They both go underneath the minute mark, but touching first is Angelina Shang in a 59 flat, Hannah Dale in a 59.06, and touching third, Mariella Simmons in a 1 minute 14.
Into the water now, we have event 8. The boys 12-13 years 100 metre freestyle. We have 8 timed finals in this event this morning. We also have an infraction report for event number 7, heat 3, lane 6. Initiated a start before the signal. That is event number 7, heat number 3, lane number 6. As the boys turn at the 50-metre mark, all going round in 31s. Their entry times all sit at 107s, so hopefully we can get them through all under into the 106 mark, if not a little bit quicker. This field hasn't really separated much. It will be Wesley Tanamina who turns in first ahead of Isaac Mashney, separated by about 0.2. Holding on to that placing, Isaac looks like he might have just pulled away down this final lap. He'll touch in first, 105.11 ahead of Wesley, 105.70. And James Krause touches in third, 105.84. We saw some 105s out of that first heat. The boys into the second heat. All entry times of 106. Alisai in lane 4 turns 13.42, setting himself up nicely for a big drop compared to that entry time through the first 50. Already almost a body length lead on Zipping Howe over in lane 8. Looks like it will be lane 2 who turns in third. Felix Dong, 30.21. And those three holding off the rest of the boys as we come down the third 25. But Alisai really attacking this 100 freestyle from the second heat. And keep an eye on these times. Head down under the flags. 1:00.11, so close to breaking under that minute barrier. A great swim. Zipping Howe in a lane 8, 104.35, touches in second, and Felix Dong holds on for third, 105.01.
In the water now, we have heat 3 of 8, our boys 12 to 1300 metre freestyle. William Siddle's already starting out about body length in front, touching first in a 14.14.
Once again, the boys going out quickly. It was even between Will and James when their feet hit the wall there. So literally nothing separating them. But through the 50 metre, William will be the one who establishes that lead under the 30-second barrier, 29.75. Austin Baxter now moves his way through into second. He's right alongside James as they come into turn with 25 metres left to swim. William Siddles, though, holding on to this lead he set early. If anything, pulling away a little bit down the final 25. It's going to be a nice personal best for him. The time there, 102.04, ahead of James Bigelow, 103.26, and Austin Baxter, 103.90.
In the water here for heat number 4 of 8 in the 100 metre freestyle for our boys, 12 and 13-year-olds. It's the far side of the pool that has started really strong out there. Oliver Mesha touches first at the first 25. Sean Gill in second. Dylan Zhu in lane number 5 now, starting to come through as we come down to the 50. As we come underneath the flags here, touching in first will still be Oliver Mesha in lane number 1. Sean Gill just behind him. Dylan not far away either, as we see Dylan now starting to come through and try and chase down these first two who have been able to extend the lead here. Sean Gill and Oliver Mesha out in lane 1 and 2 leading the way. It was Sean who touched the wall first, has now started to get out to a lead here in this last 25 metres. He's out by half a body length, but we're going to see Oliver Mesha come home hard at him. It's going to come down to the wall, and it's Oliver Mesha who's able to respond in a 1:01.54. Sean Gill second in a 1:01.74. And touching third was Edward over in lane number 0.
Now in the water we have heat 5 of our boys, 12 and 1300 metre freestyle. Pretty even race so far, but in lane 4 we have William Judger touching in a time of 13.6.
Yeah, he touched narrowly ahead of Tong Lee, who is right beside him. But it is lane number 4 there, William Judger, who is leading the way out by more than half a body length here. Touches in a 28.84, half a second ahead of William Teo. Tong Lee touches third there, so it's the middle of the pool, and starting to come through in lane number 5 is William Teo. He is now out by half a body length after a really good turn into that third 25 metres. William Teo is leading the way here. It's been a strong back half of this race. He's been able to run away with this one. He will come underneath the flags here and touch in a 1:39. Touching in second, nearly 2 seconds behind, there is Andy Zoe in lane number 8. And touching third there was Tong Lee in a 1:02.73.
Well, it's been great to see so many personal bests swam so far this morning. It was a great start at underwater from Palakapa over in lane 2. The lead us through in a 13.19 ahead of Emmanuel Commerling in second, 13.50. And those boys look to be holding position as we come into the halfway point of the 100 freestyle. First three go 28, 28.26, 28.54, 28.72 for Callum Kapoor, who currently sits in third.
As we're seeing Paula start to come away with this one over in lane number 2. Emmanuel still in second and Callum in third. But it's the two swimmers who have led all the way there in Paula and Emmanuel who are leading the way, but it's going to be Paula Thapa who will take this one out. Does break the minute mark there in a 59.22. Second, Emmanuel Commerling in a 1 minute 38. And third there was Callum Cooper in a 1 minute 63. In the water for heat 7 of 80 in the 100 metre freestyle for our boys, 12 and 13-year-olds in our event, sponsored by UNCLOUD, which is Swimming Victoria and Vic Health's campaign helping young people make informed choices about vaping. After that first 25 metres, it's Yubi in the middle, leading the way there in second is Justus. Coming down to the wall, it's going to be Yubi who touches first in a 27.37, our fastest 50 so far.
Yeah, certainly taking it out very quickly in that 27. Holding on to a nice lead as he comes into the final 25. Yubi Liu in lane 4. Justus out in lane 7. Currently still holding on to that second place spot. Johan really trying to reel him in, as is Josh Coe, the two boys on either side. But it will be EB 58.12 ahead of Justus, 59.30, with Josh in third, 59.52. And we see 4 athletes breaking the minute out of the 7th heat.
In the water for our final heat here of the 100 metre freestyle for our boys, 12 and 13-year-olds. It's been a strong start so far. It'll be lane 6 and 7 leading the way there. Jason Wang touches first in a 12.86. Zhu Yang also looking strong there, and Jaden Lee in the middle of the pool.
Through this second 25, though, Tommy Zhao really pushed up there. Very close, only 4 100s between Jaden Lee and Tommy. Lanes 4 and 2. The outside lanes trying to hold on. Austin Yuan in lane 5, trying to make a little bit of a comeback through the second half of this race. But it is still Jaden v Tommy as we come down the final 25.
Yeah, it's the middle of the pool here. Lane number 4, Jaden. Looks like he has got this one, but they are coming home strong at him. But Jaden is going to take this one out in a 56.44. Second was Jason Wang in a 57.30. And third was Tommy Zhao in a 57.57.
Presenting the medalists for event 5, the girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. Winner of the bronze medal representing Westbourne Swim Club, Nina Pizzana. Winner of the silver medal representing South East Swimming, Mia Liu. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 31.09 representing Yarra Plenty Waves, Elena Zheng. Presenting the medals for event 6, the boys 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. Winner of the bronze medal representing Nunawading, Joshua Yu. Winner of the silver medal representing Nana Aquapower, Sean Deng. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 31.41, representing Caulfield, Nathan Zhang. Congratulations to our medalists.
Event number 9 underway, our 100-metre butterfly for our females 14 and 15-year-olds. We've got 6 timed finals in this event. Starting this one strongly in lane number 4, there is Emily Wong. She will touch first ahead of Delara and Madeline Steer touching in third. Still Emily Wong leading the way in this one. Trying to go with her is Delara next to her. The two of them will come up to the wall. Delara with a really good touch to lead the way here at the halfway mark. Narrowly ahead of Emily Wong. And touching third was Jasmine. Starting in those middle lanes, Emily Wong now trying to break away, having touched second at the halfway mark. She's had a good 25 metres here. She will touch first with half a second lead there on Delara. She's been able to extend that on the turn. Now out to nearly a body length lead as we come down this final 25 metres. Emily Wong with a strong swim here in this first heat of 6 in this event. She will touch first in a time of 1:14.46. Second is Delara in a 1:16.19. And third is Jasmine in a 1:17.33. Underway in our second heat here of a 100-metre butterfly for our females 14 and 15. A strong swim start here by Ella Weber in lane number 3, who will lead us out.
We have an infraction report for event number 8, heat number 5, lane 0. Initiated a start before the signal. That is event number 8, heat 5, lane 0.
As we come down here for the halfway mark, not much between first and second. Ella Weber still leading the way, touching first in a 32.84. Sophie May Ronzani touches second, not far behind.
Girls still making this look pretty easy out in the front there. Lane 3, Ella Weber holds on to that lead through the third 25. She goes through ahead of Sophie May with Madison Schnabel starting to close the gap a little bit more, and a lot of these girls now, the final 25, really making a bit of a move. It's going to be close for second and third, but it's all Ella Weber out in the lead. She'll touch in a 1:10.77. Sophie May holds on for second, 1:12.14, ahead of Madison, 1:12.68. And we hit the halfway point through our 100-metre butterfly, 14-15 years, heat 3 of 6. Going through in the first 25, Thalia Dimaradis leads us around 14.47, ahead of Ava Rogers down in lane 8, 14.74.
See, coming into the wall at the halfway mark. Thalia touches first, in second, Ava Rogers out in lane number 8, as we see Lydia and Ruby in lane 7 and 9 also having strong swims here. But it is still Thalia leading the way. Ava Rogers now trying to come through as well.
So your two leaders, no changes. Kelly Young in 3, pushing her way into 3rd ahead of Annabella Murphy. And really pushing through this final 25. Kelly, she's timed her race beautifully. If she can get the timing of this touch, she's going to take out the 3rd heat, and she does. 110.72 ahead of Ava Rogers, 111.03, and Thalia in 3rd, 111.47.
In the water now, we have event 9, heat 4, girls 14 to 15-year-old, 100-metre butterfly. Out fast in lane 7, we have Sierra Kaufman in the time of 13.78.
Yeah, once again, a few of the girls in those outside lanes. Sierra Kaufman, she'll come through at the 50. Maintaining that lead, 30.26. Ava Coombs in 2nd, 31.18. And Helena Lakma in lane 3 goes around 3rd.
Yeah, Sierra Kaufman leading the way. Ava trying to go with her, but it's Sierra Kaufman out in lane 7 who is in control of this one in a 47.07. More than a second and a half clear of Ava Coombs in 2nd. Helena Wakama in 3rd there, but it's all Sierra Kaufman coming down to underneath the flags for the touch here. She will touch first in this one in a 104.59. In 2nd was Ava Coombs in a 107.36. And touching in 3rd is Hope Christensen, who's had a good last 25 metres in a 109.44.
In the water with our 5th heat, and it was Lucy Ma down in lane 7. Had the best of the underwaters, but quickest first 50 will go to Ariel Cole, 13.71 over in lane 3. Great turn by Aria, went in 6. And those 3 out in front quite substantially at the 50-metre turn. Aria 30.10, Ariel 30.41, and Lucy 30.69.
Yeah, Aria went still in front here as we come down this 3rd 25 metres here. Trying to go with her, and right next to her is Lucy Ma. Not much between the two at the 75-metre mark. Aria went still in front there, narrowly over Lucy Ma. But Lucy Ma had a sensational turn. She's come up in the lead as we come down the back 15 metres.
Yeah, that great underwater off the final turn there for Lucy really secured that lead into the final lap, and she'll touch in first, 104.76 ahead of Aria, 106.24 with Aria in 3rd, 106.53. Away and racing now with our 6th and final heat of the girls. Close through for about 4 athletes on the turn after 25. Abby Mesha will be in the lead, but Audriana David came off that wall really nicely there to take over. And here come the girls from MLC. They go through. It is still Abby, 29.78. Audriana second, 29.84. Just 1/100th ahead of Kira Jeffs, 29.85.
Yeah, still not much between those first three. Looks like Kira Jeff's going to touch the wall first here as we head into the last 25 metres ahead of Millie Charlton. So those two came through in that third 25 metres. Looks like Millie Charlton had the better of the turn. So we're coming down to the wall. It is going to be lanes 4 and 5. It's going to be Kira Jeff's who's going to get the touch here in a 1:03.01. Millie Charlton in a 1:03.16, and Adriana David third in a 1:04.52, and they're going to be our medalists.
Presenting the medals for event 8, the boys 12-13 years 100 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal representing Nunawading, Tommy Zhao. Winner of the silver medal representing DVE, Jason Wang. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 56.44, representing Nunawading, Jaden Lee. Congratulations to our 12-13-year-old 100 freestyle medalists.
Now our boys are in the water for the 14-15-year-old 100-metre butterfly, event 10 on the program this morning. We've got 6 timed finals in this one, and it's Patrick Alexanderson who touches first here at the first 25 in a 14:04. Lucas Cook in a second, and Brian Z in a third. As we come down the wall here for the halfway mark, it's still Patrick leading narrowly, but the other swimmers coming at him, including Kieran Turner, who was able to touch him out at the wall.
Certainly seeing quite the move throughout the second 50 for the boys heat 1. Patrick in lane 4 turns in first now. Kieran Turner holding second. Lucas Cook in third. And that looks like what will be coming under the flags. It's all about timing on the wall here. And it will be Lucas who gets the touch by 4/100ths, 108.14, ahead of Patrick, 108.18. And then Kieran in third, 108.24.
Up and stroking in our second heat in event 10. And a really strong start in lane number 7 from Daniel Walter, who will touch first, more than a second ahead of next best, which was Oliver Seeley next to him. It is Daniel Walter leading the way down this halfway mark. He's got more than a body length lead here as we come through. He touches in a 28.10 in second spot there. On second spot was Lachlan Sun in lane number 2. In third was Oliver Seeley, but it is still Daniel Walter leading the way.
He really went out quickly throughout that first 50 and holding on beautifully here. Just breathing every stroke as he comes down under the flags. It will be Daniel Walter, led start to end. Long touch onto the wall there, 102.22. Lachlan Sun comes in second, 105.39, with Oliver Seeley holding on for third, 106.76.
underway in heat 3 of the 100-metre butterfly for our boys, 14 and 15-year-olds. Fairly even start in this one. Luca on the outside there in lane number 8 touches first. Kingsley Wang next to him touches second, and Kingsley had a really good turn and is leading the way down this second 25 metres. It's going to be lane 8 and 9 who take us into the halfway mark. Kingsley Wang touches first ahead of Luca. Andrew Spencer in third.
Yeah, so both of those boys in the outside lanes went through under the 30-second mark, so some similar front-end speed to we saw Daniel Walter do in the previous heat. We'll see if they can hold on. Kingsley Wang seems to be doing a better job of that. He's extended that lead now by 2 seconds. Moving through into second place on the turn was Andrew Spencer, and he's coming home nicely down this final 25. Kingsley Wang, though, just remains your leader as we come under the flags. Timing onto the wall, and he gets it 104.12 ahead of Andrew Spencer, 104.63. Luca Year holds on for third, 105.34. Away we go now with our fourth heat, and we've seen some quick times from outside lanes here. This looks to be no exception, with lane 1, Christian Marks leading us through in a 13.08. Alistair Ho turns in second with Rain Lee in third.
Yeah, as we see now, the middle lanes now starting to come through. Lanes 3 and 4, Alistair Ho and Rain Lee starting to make their moves. It was Alistair who touched first at the halfway mark, the only swimmer underneath that 29 second. They're trying to go with him are Christian Mark and Rain Lee, but it is still Alistair Ho leading the way as we come down for this final 25 metres.
Through that underwater, and Alistair just extends again that nice lead he had. Really pushing though, Rain Lee's got a higher stroke rate down this final 25. They come under the flags. Better timing onto the wall as well. Rain Lee takes out the fourth heat, 102.86 ahead of Alistair Ho, 103.15. Christian Marks in lane 1. He'll finish in third, 104.37.
Now in the pool for heat 5 of 6 in this butterfly event. Not much between the swimmers as we start to see some come through as we get to the wall, and it'll be Aston Wilson who does touch first ahead of Sebastian Flowers and Ayan in the middle of the pool.
First of the second 25s though will be lane 4, Ayan Gassini. He'll take us through 28.76 ahead of Aston Wilson, 28.87. Oliver Lessick in third, 28.94. And these guys really fighting through the third 25 here. Lev starting to make his move from lane 5, moving into second.
Yeah, that will be Ayan who does turn first. Lev had a really good turn and starting now to come up against Ayan as we come down this back 25 metres. It's going to come down to the touch on the wall, but Lev Dislik takes it out in a 101.33 second. Ayan Gusini in a 101.86 and third. Oliver Lesak in a 101.95. Our first swimmers underneath the 102 this morning.
So it is now our sixth and final heat of the boys, 14-15 years, 100-metre butterfly. And getting away very quickly through the first 25 will be Ishaq Ismail in lane 4 in 11.68. Definitely the quickest we've seen through that first 25.
Yeah, it was a good swim there, and we'll be looking to try and get the record. Has a faster seeding time than what the record is here in this one. And Isaac touches first in a 25.92, so well in front there of Lewis Sharrett next to him. And third was Evan Yang, but it is going to be Isaac Ismail who touches the wall first in a 40.88. He is leading by 2 body lengths here, not much between second, third and fourth, but it is all Isaac Ismail in this one, looking to touch here in a fast time in a 56.09, so will break the record. Coming in second, Lewis Sharrett, and third spot was Evan Niang in a 59.34.
Presenting the medalists for event 7, the girls 12-13 years 100-metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal representing MLC, Mariella Simmons. Winner of the silver medal representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Hannah Dye. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 59.00 representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Angelina Shang. Presenting the medalists for event 9, the girls 14-15 years 100-metre butterfly. Winner of the bronze medal representing Melbourne Vic Centre, Audriana David. Winner of the silver medal representing MLC, Millie Charlton. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 103.01 representing MLC, Kira Jeffs.
I've got event 11, the 100-metre freestyle for our female athletes, 16 and 17-year-olds. We've got 4 heats in this one. We've got 3 athletes in this first race here. Touching first was Avika in a 14.40, but not much with the 2 swimmers behind her. All come in with a 1:04 entry times. Even on times, not much between these 3 swimmers. Be Avika who will lead the way as we come into the halfway mark.
Yeah, still super close between all 3 of the girls here. Let's push them along, see if we can get some personal best. They've gone out quick enough. All they have to do now is hold on through the final 25. They'll turn together. It will be Lucy Whale who gets that feet onto the wall first in a 47.82. Just narrowly ahead, though, of Avika and Alexandra.
Yeah, as we come down to the wall, it will be Lucy who will touch first in a 1:04.35. Avika in second in a 1:04.84, and Alexandra in a 1:04.98. So all about their entry times for those 3 swimmers. In the water for our second of 4 heats, and starting well there in lane number 3, Eloise Ravensdale. She will touch first. Eloise Pride in second, and Jasmine Hume in third at the 25 metres.
So those 3 girls still holding position out in front. Eloise round in a 29.52. Jasmine 29.62 and Eloise 29.93. All three of them turning under the 30-second mark. Starting to make a little bit of a move, though, is Sorella Bedra in lane 4. She's closed that gap through the third 25 there.
Yeah, not much between them. Eloise Ravensdale still in front there from Eloise Pride. And Eloise Pride is really starting to come through in this back 25 metres. It's going to be Eloise and Eloise coming to the wall. Looks like it's going to be lane 6 with Eloise Pride touching first in a 1:01.82. Second, Eloise Ravensdale in a 1:02.09. And third was Jasmine Hume in a 1:02.64.
Away we go now with our third heat, second last one in the 16-17 year girls 100-metre freestyle. Will be lane 4 taking us around there. Emerson Hogan 13.32.
Had a very good first 25 metres there, leading by half a body length as she's coming down to the halfway mark. So it'll be Emerson Hogan touch first in a 27.75. Second there ahead of Angelina Nugent, and touching third there was Matilda Clark. But it is all Emerson Hogan in this one. She's extended her lead to a body length as she comes down for the final 25 metres. Second is Angelina Nguyen.
And coming into the wall now, Emerson Hoggins has about a body length ahead. And going into the wall, she will be coming in first with a time of 58.13. Second is Angelina Nguyen with a time of 1 minute .13. And third is Bethan Chung with a time of 1 minute .74.
Underway here in our fourth heat of our 16-17-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. We've got one swimmer underneath that 1 minute mark, that 59-minute mark so far. And touching first is Arabella Tomlinson, who we've already seen this morning. In second spot there was Caitlin Ord, and third was Alyssa Meddins. As we come down to the halfway mark, it's still Ariella Tomlinson in front, narrowly ahead of Caitlin Ord.
Yeah, really close from those two girls in those centre lanes, lanes 4 and 5, Arabella and Caitlin. Starting to push up is lane 7, Alyssa Meddings. She had a good 25 there. She'll go through in third. But great underwater work off the wall from Arabella. She's pulled into a half body length lead now as she comes down under the flags. And this one belongs to her. 57.39 for Arabella. Caitlin in second, 58.48. And then Zara Jeffrey flew home on the final 25, 59.04 to steal that third place spot.
Now event 12, our 100-metre freestyle for our boys, 16 and 17-year-olds. We've got 4 timed finals in this one, and Tommy Golding out fast in that first 25 metres.
We have an infraction report for event number 10, heat 6, lane 2. Head did not break the surface of the water at or before the 15-metre mark after the start. That is event number 10, heat 6, lane 2.
Tommy Golding still leading this one. Ryan Gura trying to come up alongside him as we come to the last 25 metres. Tommy Golding still in front. Ryan Gura in second. James Clare in third.
As they enter the wall now, Tommy Golding and James Clare trying to get are very close, but James Clare has beat them at the wall with a 55.07. Tommy Golding coming second with a 55.37, and Ryan Guro coming in third with a 56.79.
Heat 2 in the water now for the 100-metre freestyle for our 16, 17-year-old boys. Fairly even across the middle of the pool to start this one. Gordon Chen leads the way at the 25-metre mark. Valen Gray in second, and Lachlan Duncan turned in third.
The boys really turning up the heat here as they turn at the 50-metre mark. 25.87 for Gordon Chen. Valen still in second, 26.37, and Alfie Conterno in third, 26.60.
Really good third, 25 metres here from Gordon Chen, able to extend his lead. Valen Gray still in second, and now starting to come through is Lachlan Duncan in lane number 6. Gordon Chen still ahead here, and he's going to do enough to get victory in this second heat in a 54.47. Second was Lachlan Duncan in a 55.13, and third was Valen Gray in a 55.41. In the water for this third heat, and a strong first 25 metres there in lane number 4 from Harold Zhu. Underneath that 12-second, also Terence Tang with a good start as well.
Yeah, some nice underwaters there from Harold. Just held that streamline a little longer than the boys either side of him. We'll just see him do that once again after the 50-metre turn. It is Terence Tang, though, who led at the 50-metre mark, 25.09. A real battle of 3 as they come into the final 25.
Yeah, it'll still be Terence touching the wall at the 75-metre. Benjamin King touches in second. Harold in third. And the three of them are leading the way as we're down this back 25 metres. It's a battle between lanes 4 and 5. And getting the touch there is Benjamin King in a 53.11. Just touching out Harold Zhu in a 53.13. And third was Terence Tang in a 53.40.
Off we go now for our fourth and final heat of the men's 16, 17 years, 100-metre freestyle. And through the wall there quickly was Eli Billman, 11.35, ahead of Leo Dong, the only athlete in the field who's broken the 50-second barrier. We'll look to see if the boys can repeat that effort this morning. Coming off the wall, Leo Dong, though, better on the underwater. He went through 24.01 ahead of Eli now.
Yeah, as we see this race in the middle of the pool, Leo Dong ahead of Eli Billman. Eli came in with an entry time quicker than the competition record, so it'll be interesting to see whether that falls to this morning. But it's Leo Dong who does lead the way in this one. He's going to touch in a 49.75, so narrowly does break the competition record. Eli Billman in second in a 50.62, and in third spot was Andonius in a 51.66.
Presenting the medals for event 10, the boys 14-15 years 100 metre butterfly. Winner of the bronze medal representing Surrey Park, Evan Niam. Winner of the silver medal representing Caulfield, Louis Charat. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 56.09 representing Surrey Park, Ishaq Ismail. Presenting the medalists for event 11, the girls 16-17 years 100 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal representing Caulfield, Caitlin Ord. Winner of the silver medal representing DVE, Emerson Hogan. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 57.39 representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Arabella Tomlinson.
Event 13 underway, the 50 metre freestyle for our female athletes 18 and over. We've got 3 heats in this event. Just the 3 swimmers in heat number 1. Lucinda Draper leading the way, but it was a touchdown on the wall by Emily Creelan. The two of them looking to go down this last 25 metres with a gap on Kayla Sortner. As we come down to the wall here, it's going to come down to the touch, and it is Emily Creelan who gets the touch in a 28.63. Lucinda Draper second in a 28.66, and Kayla Sortner in a 29.70.
Off we go now with our second heat. Blanket through that first 15. Pushing hard at the 25 of the girls in 3 and 4. It will be Maddie Cooper who goes around 13.29 ahead of Sabina, 13.38. Madison, best of the underwaters, just holding that lead ever so slightly as we come down under the flags. She'll hold it start to finish, 27.02. Sabina, 27.56. And third will go to Dana Barnett in lane 2, 27.88.
For our third and final heat here in the 100 metre freestyle for our female athletes 18 and over. It's been a quick start in the middle of the pool there by Gabrielle King, who touched first ahead of Kayla Pratt. Nazia Ikadakis in third at the halfway mark. As we come down here, it is going to be Gabrielle King with a really strong back half of this race. Touches in a 25.30. Second was Eve Anderson, who finished strongly in a 25.81. And Kayla Pratt in third in a 25.86.
Off and racing now is event 14, the boys 18 and over, 50 metre freestyle. We have 3 timed finals in this one this morning. Taking us out in the first 25 will be lane 4, Thomas Radford, 11.97, ahead of Darius Schultz and Dylan Skinner. That looks to be the placings still as they come down under the flags. into touch, and it will be Radford 24.67 ahead of Darius 25.13, and William Brazier just touches in third 25.21.
Heat 2 now in the 50-metre freestyle for our male athletes 18 and over. Fast start there from Stone Ma in the middle of the pool. He'll turn first in 11.06. Hugh Cran not far behind him, but it was a really good turn from Stone. He's been able to further extend his lead. He's going to take this one out in a quick time of 22.93. Second was Hugh Cran in a 23.50, and third was Zachary Gordon in lane number 1 in a 24.16. Well, we saw a 22 out of the second heat. What can the boys in the third and final heat of the 18 and over 50 freestyle go here? Going around in first will be Ewan Smith in lane 5, 11.1 ahead of Shanghai Jin. Holding on to that lead is Ewan as we come down under the flags. Looks like he's got this one under his belt. 22.79. Nicholas Layton touches in second, 23.33. Equally with Shanghai Jin. And then it will be Owen Kruger onto the wall behind those two. Into the water now, mixing things up. We have event 15, the girls 11 and under, 100-metre individual medley. We have 6 timed finals in this event this morning. Taking us through in the first heat will be the swimmer out in lane 7, Ala Jiang. She'll go around after the butterfly leg in a 16.39. Yeah, it was a strong start there. Camille next to her was in second, but now starting to see the two Charlottes in lane 4 and 5 come through. Olivia Wee out in lane number 1 as well has also had a good backstroke leg, but it will be Ala Jiang touching first there in a 37.97. Olivia Wee touches second in a 39.06, and Ali Barcock in a good 39.53.
The 100 IM, an event we only get to participate in during our short course season, consists of 25 metres of each stroke, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. And to a lot of athletes, this is one of their favourite swims. You do only get to do it every so often, and it is just pure sprinting, fast 25s, fast turns, fast racing, and a fast swim it is by Ella Jiang.
Ella Jiang leading by about a body length in front of Olivia Wee, and she will probably take this event out coming into the wall now. Coming in first with a time of 1:24, second Olivia Wee in the time of 1:27, and touching in a close third Charlotte White in the time of 1:27.86.
Heat 2 in the water in this event here. We've seen the butterfly, some strong swims early on, and coming out fast is Hannah Rio, who was the leader off the block. She'll touch first in a 15:67. Kaylee Mayo touched a second there, and then third early on is Bonnie Bragg.
So as the girls come through the backstroke leg of this IM, your leader still remains the same over in lane 3, Hannah Ryu, ahead of Elsie Davis, who turns in second, and Bonnie Bragg holding on to third place spot. We'll see if any of these girls, some sneaky breaststrokers in the mix. They like to make their move during this 25, and they can make up quite a distance in the breaststroke, but Hannah doing a great job holding on to that front spot.
Yeah, she is. Elsie Davis having not a bad breaststroke leg, but also looking good in lane number 6 there in the breaststroke was Audrey E, who did come up to 4th after that one, but it is all Hannah Ryu in the middle of the pool. She's led this one from start to finish. We've got some fast finishes at the end in the battle for second. Hannah will touch first there in a 1:22.94. Touching in second is Abigail Byan, who had a fast finish to that lap, and Audrey E touched third in a 1:25.71.
Underway now with our third heat. Some good underwaters from the girls in those outside lanes. Starting to push through lane 4. She looks to turn in first. Mishka Holmes ahead of Charlotte Puddle. Michelle over in lane 1, sitting in third.
Yeah, Mila Vaughan in lane number 9, having a good backstroke leg closest to us, but is still Mishka Holmes, who has now been overtaken in the back part of this lap by Elsie Wang and Lily Josephic. So it is Elsie Wang who leads this one. Second is Lily in lane number 2, and Amelia Vaughan in lane number 9.
The field certainly closing in on our leader now as we come through the breaststroke. Portia Chen, probably the biggest of movers throughout this 25. She'll turn in first. She's gained half a body length in front of the other girls just on that one lap. As they've turned for home now, she's holding on to the lead.
Yes, Portia Chen leading by about a body length now after that breaststroke leg, and as she comes in, she'll be coming in as first for this lap in a time of 1:21. In a close second, Michelle Zhou in a 1:22.04, and in third, 1:22.82, Charlotte Paddle.
Racing away now in the fourth heat of 6, 11 and under, 100 IM. Centre of the pool is where your eyes will be at the beginning of this one. Aria Way turns in first, 15.22 ahead of Olivia Koo, 15.58. And over in lane 7, Angelina Wang sits in third.
Yeah, the middle two lanes leading as we come down to the end of the backstroke leg here. Aria Way will touch first. Actually, it was Olivia Koo who out-touched her there, so it was Olivia Koo in first, Aria Way in second, and third was Angelina Wang. As we're now down this breaststroke, still the middle two lanes going stroke for stroke.
Olivia Koo definitely looking to have the better of the breaststrokes. Once again, making a little bit of a move here. Angelina Wang, she's shifted up into second place as well. And those three girls will be our leaders now with 10 metres left to swim.
Yeah, Angelina Wang is coming home hard, but Olivia Koo is leading this one. She's going to touch first in a 1:18.25. Angelina Wang second in a 1:18.58, and Aria Way third in a 1:18.91. In the water for heat 5 of 6 in the 100 metres medley for under 11 girls. An even start across the pool in this one. It's going to come down to the touch to see who is leading after the first 25 metres, and it's Grace Jin in lane number 8. In second was Exown G, and then third Stacey Du.
Yeah, really close through the butterfly, but a really good underwater there from Catherine Jiang in lane 7. She held that streamline, stayed under the longest, and it really paid off for her. She's going to turn in first after the backstroke, 34.68 ahead of Stacey Du, 35.05 with Yu Zhuan Gu in lane 4, turning in third.
Yeah, we've got 4 swimmers across the pool looking strong in this one. Starting to come through is lane number 4 in Ju, but trying to stick with her is Catherine, Grace and Zoe. It is going to be lane number 4 that touches first, then Stacey Du in second, third. Isla Wang in lane number 0 had a really good breaststroke leg.
Really well-timed race, though, for Yu Zhuan in lane 4. Just built her way through this 100 IM. She's going to take this one out in a 1:15.94 ahead of Catherine, 1:17.03. It was really close on the finish there for the third place spot, but it will go to Isla Wang, 1:17.45.
As we're underway in this 6th and final heat in the 100 metre medley. Strong start in the middle of the pool there. Lane 4 in Alana will turn first here in a 14:18. Several athletes underneath that, 15 seconds to start.
Yeah, we saw Elena in the 50 butterfly take the win there, so we knew she was going to be out quickly in the fly leg of this 100 IM. Really pushing along in the second 25 is Kit Izzard in at lane 5. She's going to go through and turn in first at the 50 metre point ahead of Mia Liu, close for third and fourth between Melissa Yang and Elena Zheng.
Yeah, Kit Izzard looking to try and extend this lead, but the swimmers either side of her starting to come up beside her, and it's Alana now back in the middle of the pool here in front in lane number 4 here. So Alana will touch first here in this one. In second is Ava, Kit in third, but a real battle in the middle of the pool here down this freestyle leg.
Yeah, Elena leading by nearly a body length now, pushing ahead in her start, but Kit coming up as well against Ava Choi-White. And Elena coming in first with a 111.93, and Kit Izard coming in second with a 112.46. And in a very close second, Ava Choi-White coming in third with 112.83.
Presenting the medalists for event number 12, the boys 16-17 years 100 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal representing Melbourne Vic Centre, Adonis Giotopoulos. Winner of the silver medal representing Ivanhoe Swim, Eli Billman. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 49.75, representing Caulfield, Leo Dong. Presenting the medals for event 13, the girls 18 and over 50 metre freestyle. Winner of the bronze medal representing DVE, Kayla Pratt. Winner of the silver medal representing Bayside, Eve Anderson. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 25.30, representing Camberwell Grammar Aquatic, Gabrielle King.
Now the boys turn in the 100 metre medley for our 11 and under. We've got 7 heats in this one, just 3 swimmers to start us off here. And it's Maxwell who started the strongest down the butterfly, but Byron Murray is going to come in and gets the touch there for the first 25.
We have an infraction report for event number 15, heat 2, lane 3. Initiated a start before the signal. That is event number 15, heat 2, lane 3.
As we see Byron able to extend his lead down the backstroke leg. He'll touch first in a 40.72. Nearly 3 seconds there ahead of Maxwell and Alexandra. He'll try and hold on here. Byron came in with a time of a 1:31.10, a time that he'd be looking to beat in this heat.
He's really doing everything right to set himself up for a personal best. Reaching forward in this breaststroke. He's holding off the other 2 swimmers in the heat. He'll turn for home first. He's got a nice little gap between himself and Alexander. Followed onto the wall there by Maxwell. 15 metres left to swim for Byron Murray. He's constructed a great race. Goes down under the flags. Nice drop from his entry time, 127.46. Alexander touches in second, 130.48, followed by Maxwell, 131.47. So our second heat now underway here. Ethan Tanamina in lane 5. He'll lead us through onto the wall after the butterfly. Not far behind was Zihao Yu in lane 7, followed by Zach Taylor.
As we see Nigel starting to come up alongside Ethan in lane 6, number out there. Still Ethan leading the way here as we come down to the wall for the halfway mark. He will touch first. Derek Dong out in lane number 1 had a good backstroke leg to touch a second. Nasal now in third. And they're all trying to come at Ethan, who is still leading the way, but that gap is reducing. Eden Ding in lane number 3 starting to come through, and so is Tex Carter in lane number 4. Not much between the leaders as we come into the wall for this final 25 metres. Touching first, it is going to be Tex Carter, narrowly ahead of Eden Ding, and Ethan Tanema in third spot. It's across the pool, the first four as we come down this freestyle leg. Not much between them. It's going to come down to the touch. Looks like Eden Deng is coming home hard in lane number 3. He does get the touch in a 1:25.74. Tex Carter in second in a 1:25.92. And Nasal touch third in a 1:26.05.
So we've seen a few close races from our athletes this morning. This one's shaping up to be the same if we take this first 25. Not a lot separating this field. Onto the wall first will be Andre Trophy Machine, 17.83, ahead of Nathan Guan, 17.95. And then turning in third was Leon Davis.
Leon Davis had a really good start to the backstroke leg as well, as has Daniel Egan out here in lane number 8. He is going to touch first in this one. In second is Brian Gu in lane number 2, and third Bowen Sun over in lane number 0.
Yeah, so the race is certainly looking close now as we come into the breaststroke. A couple of these boys almost just going stroke for stroke. Brian Gu, probably the best breaststroker in this field, has really closed that gap on Daniel. Only 6/100ths separating them. Fast last 25 here from lane 4.
Very close in between lane 8 and 9 right now with Kendrick Lee, and also in lane 3, lane 2. And in touching first is Daniel Egan in a time of 1:26.16. In lane 9 we have Kendrick Lee in the time of 1:26.3. And in lane 2 we have Brian Gu with the time of 1:26.31 in our third place.
Heat 4 of 7 in the 100-metre medley for the boys, 11 and under. A nice underwater work there in lane number 3 from Dominic Kim, and he is going to lead the way after this first 25 metres. He heads Felix in second, Kevin Hong in third, so it's over in the middle of the pool, starting well.
Yeah, Dominic Kim was so great off the underwater on the start and really pushing away from the rest of the field here, setting himself up nicely. Hopefully he can hold on through the breaststroke. He'll turn in first, 35.32. Close from quite a lot of our athletes onto the wall for second, but it will be Kevin Hong ahead of Joel Walker. Those backstroke to breaststroke turns, quite the tricky one. You have to finish touching on your back before coming off the wall on your front for the breaststroke, and can make a lot of difference in the speed of the athletes because you want to try and maintain that momentum coming into this breaststroke.
As we've seen everyone come at Dominic Kim in that breaststroke leg. Winston Garbutt in lane number 0 touched first. Enzo next to him. Touch is second, and we've got 4 of them across the pool coming through here. But it is lane number 4, Felix, who has had a strong back half of this race, who is leading the way, but coming home strong is Winston. And Winston gets the touch in a 1:23.75. Felix in second in a 1:24.04, and a third was Enzo in a 1:24.20.
So it was the outside lanes of Heat 4. Let's see what we can get from Heat 5. Lane 0 has led us through this first 25. Keanu Tham turns 14.83. He's got a 1.5 second buffer on the rest of the field. Alexander David turned in second, followed by Oliver Diamond.
Yeah, Keanu's been able to extend his lead in this backstroke leg here. He's leading the way. It's whether he can hold on in this back 50 metres. He'll touch first in a 33.54. Second, nearly 3 seconds behind, there was Lucas Chi, and third was Alexander David. So that far side of the pool is doing really well in this medley for the boys, but it's still Keanu leading the way.
He's held on nicely through the breaststroke as well here, so a great job. He'll turn for home first, 57.41. The race for second, well and truly on between Hanson Lee and Oliver Diamond, both turning in that 101 point mark. And then into that fourth place spot is Lucas Chi, but he's charging down the final 25. It's not going to be enough to catch up to Keanu Stefan Tham, who touches in a 116.13. Second will go to Lucas Chi, followed by Oliver Diamond.
Heat 6 of 7 here in event 16. And we've got them in the water in the butterfly. Looking strong there in lane number 3 is Alexandro. Also starting to come through is lane number 8, Sebastian Babb, and he will touch first ahead of Alfie Worrell.
Really close once again in this 100-metre IM for the boys 11 and unders. It really has come down to a lot of these breaststroke laps, so we'll see if this field sorts itself out a little bit, because it is close. Jake Haijiang Wong turns in first, 35.75, ahead of Alexandro, 36.32. And then down in lane 8, Sebastian Babb holding on to that third place spot. But here come the breaststroke boys, closing the gap. Almost got a straight line on the far side of the pool.
Yeah, leading the way is Jake in lane number 4, narrowly as we come into the last 25 metres. Michael out in lane number 1 had a really good, lane number 0 had a really good breaststroke leg to come up to second.
And Jake has further extended his lead through this 25, now nearly having a body length going in front of his opponents, going into the flags. And Jake will touch first in a time of 118.11. Second is Lucas Liu in the time of 118.99. And third is Alexandro in the time of 119.28.
Racing now is our 7th and final heat of the boys 11 and under 100 metre individual medley, and I've heard a lot of screams from the side of the pool. I think we're going to have a close one on our hands as we come through the first 25. It will be Aaron Zhong who leads 14.62 ahead of Sean Deng 14.72, with Callan Yee in third 14.93.
Yeah, Sean Deng with a really good turn from the butterfly to the backstroke. He is leading the way. Callan Yee coming through now right beside him. Touching the wall was Callan first, narrowly ahead of Sean, and then Mason Wiley out in lane number 8 had a really good end to his backstroke to touch third, but it's lane 4 and 5 with the race in the middle of the pool.
Yeah, Sean Deng a little bit more control through this breaststroke. Looks to be pulling away ever so slightly from Callan Yee as we come into our final lap. It will be Sean who goes through ahead of Callan. The race for third also well and truly in play. Aaron versus Tianyu.
Yeah, Sean has really extended his lead through that breaststroke leg and is now at about a body length in front of Callan. The fight for third is pretty tight, with Aaron coming in third, and Sean touches first in a time of 1:12.15. Callan touching in second with a 1:13.32, and third going to Bruce with a time of 1:15.72.
Presenting the medals for event 14, the boys 18 and over 50 metre freestyle. In equal third place from Melbourne Swimming Club, Shenghao Jin, and from Melbourne Vic Centre, Nicholas Layton. Winning the silver medal from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Stone Ma. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 22.79 from Furbank Aquastars, Ewan Smith. And presenting our medals for event 15, the girls 11 and under 100 metre individual medley. Winner of the bronze medal representing Surrey Park, Ava Chi Wai Lung. Winner of the silver medal representing Yarra Plenty Waves, Kit Izzard. And winner of the gold medal in a new 11 and under Metro short course record time of 1:11.93, representing Yarra Plenty Waves, Elena Zheng. Into the water now, we have event 17, the men's 400 metre individual medley. We have had a reseed of this event, so we have 3 timed finals racing this morning, and in the water, timed final number 1.
Yeah, it was a strong start from Fraser Blair, who's leading the way ahead of Oliver Seeley, and third was Logan McEwen as we come down for this first 50 metres here. We've got 4 laps of the butterfly in this one, and Fraser Blair looking to try and extend his lead down the third 50, but Oliver Seeley trying to go with him.
We do have an infraction report for event number 16, heat 3, lane 8. The swimmer was not on the back at the finish of the backstroke section. That is event number 16, heat 3, lane 8.
Got Fraser Blair now leading by 3/4 of a body length ahead of Oliver Seeley. Alistair Ho in third, trying to go with them. So we're now into the backstroke. It was a good turn there from Oliver Seeley, but Fraser Blair has now been able to regain his lead of nearly a body length here. Coming strongly is Alistair Ho, who isn't far from Oliver Seeley at this point. But turning first, it will be Fraser Blair in a 1:26.14. In second, Oliver Seeley just ahead of Alistair Ho.
Good to see some nice smooth backstroke legs from the boys here. You really want to put a little bit more focus on the upper body, because you know that you've got the breaststroke coming next, and that's such a leg dominant portion of this 400 IM.
We'll see Fraser Blair turn in first. Still, he's led from start to a finish. Well, not quite the finish so far, but so it's been leading And that lead is now out to 4+ seconds. So being able to extend that in the backstroke here. We'll come up for the wall for the 200 metre. We're now going to turn into the breaststroke. So it'll be Fraser Blair leading this one from Oliver Seeley. Alistair Ho right behind him as well.
Yeah, we definitely expected to see Fraser doing well in the backstroke. He was our 14 and under 200 backstroke winner from earlier this morning. He'll be trying to work now in the breaststroke to hold on to that lead that he has.
So being able to extend that slightly now out past that 5-second mark here. Oliver Seeley still in second. Alistair Ho in third, trying to come up next to Oliver and put pressure on for that second spot, but still Fraser Blair in control of this race. See Fraser Blair now come down. Has a really good lead on this one, but there is a battle for second between Oliver Seeley and Alistair Ho. Fraser turns in a 3:23.47. Now the margin out to 7 seconds. They've been able to extend it from the breaststroke, but only 0.02 between second and third, and Alistair Ho now in second.
Yeah, we just saw Fraser pick up that stroke rate down the final 25 of the breaststroke. He wants to have as much speed coming into the turn before the freestyle as possible. That gap we tend to see almost double, so you can see he had a nice lead coming in, but that lead extended into the freestyle. It was a good final 25 for Alistair Ho of the breaststroke as well. About 2 seconds quicker than Oliver Seeley, and he's really started to make that breakaway into a clear second. But just 50 metres left to swim for Fraser Blair. You called it before, Tara. He led start to finish. I don't think the boys are going to be able to catch him as we come down with now 40 metres left for him. Alistair Ho securely in that second place spot. It's going to take a lot for Oliver Seeley to make up the ground throughout this final 50.
And this is going to come in as probably a big PB for Fraser Blair, with his entry time being 5:09.38. Coming into the wall now with a time of 4:48.22. There is Alistair Hoy leading in a giant second place with a time of 4:58.96, which is also a big PB for him. And Oliver Seeley coming with a time of 5:01.67 for our third position in this race.
Some nice drops in time from the boys out of Heat 1. We'll see what's on the cards for Heat 2 here as we come through that first 25. Some really nice underwaters down in lane 7 from Thomas Poppins there. He was our leader after the first lap, but Harry Kalergis really making a little bit more of a move through the second 25.
Yeah, Harry was the fastest on that second 25 of the butterfly. Now being able to open up a bit of a lead here. Thomas Poppins still in second, and starting to come through is Kaylin Theodore in lane 4, but it's Harry Kalergis leading the way in a 45.99 in this one. Was faster on that 25 from the previous one. Thomas Poppins also had a really good 25 there, and he's coming up alongside Harry. So the two of them are going to come into the wall here as we change into the backstroke. It's Harry Kalergis still in front narrowly from Thomas Poppins.
Yeah, just 1/100th of a second on the touch there. And a few differences between their butterfly strokes. I noticed Harry breathing every stroke, making sure he's getting plenty of oxygen in. Thomas opted for breathing every 2, which is really good for rhythm. He has that ability to reset his posture throughout. But Harry really pushing in this backstroke to pull away from the field. And also doing well is Lev Dishluk in lane 8. He's come up right alongside Thomas Poppins through the first 50 of backstroke as well.
Yeah, we're seeing Lev being busy this morning in a number of races, and he's now in second spot behind Harry Collegius, who's been able to extend that lead. Now starting to come through is Kaylin Theodore in lane number 4. It would be up to a third, and Michael Fan in lane number 1 also having a good backstroke leg here. But Harry Collegius leading the way here in a 1:55.67. 3.5 seconds ahead of Lev Dishlak at that 75-metre mark of the backstroke here, as we see Harry now come in at the halfway mark in a 2:12.83.
So that lead has extended 4 seconds between himself and Lev. Sitting in third, Kaylin Theodore in lane 4. He'll be trying to make a bit of a move throughout this breaststroke, close the gap that's been set at the halfway mark by Harry Collegius. Also doing well through the breaststroke looks to be Aston Wilson. He's starting to move his way up right alongside Thomas Poppins.
Yeah, as we see Harry continue to push on this breaststroke leg. Lev Dishlak looking good in lane number 8, and Kaylin Theodore not far behind him. But Harry has led this one for most of this race so far. His margin is that 3.5 seconds there over Lev, who's trying to close that one, and Kaylin Theodore coming as well.
Yeah, big move across in lane 1 there by Michael Fan. Just dropping time on the second 25 of his breaststroke. Also closing that gap. Harry Collegius, though, holding on to his lead. They've worked hard throughout the breaststroke to close it. Not going to be enough as we come into the freestyle. Harry will go through in a 3:35.95. Lev in second now, only half a second ahead of Kaylin Theodore.
Yeah, Kaylin Theodore under 20 seconds on that last 25 metres for his breaststroke as the pair look to close the gap on Harry. Harry still leading there, but it has reduced to 2.5 seconds, was beyond 3.5. But Harry still leading this one. Lev Dishlak being able to respond after Kaylin Theodore came at him in the breaststroke leg, is still in second spot and now more than a body length ahead of Kaylin.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that breaststroke took quite a bit out of Kaylin. Doesn't quite have the same legs that the other two boys out in front have left in the tank. As we turn for home on this final 25, Harry Collegius will be your leader now by 2 seconds ahead of Lev Dishluk and Kaylin Theodore. And I don't think anyone's going to make up the ground on these leaders. So on to touch, 4:41.74 for Harry, 4:42.69 for Lev. And then it will be Kaylin in third, 4:46.11.
We've got our third heat of the 400-metre medley for our men. Had some good times so far in this one. And touching first in this one is Kion Power in lane number 1. Alison Lee had a good start there in lane number 4 as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting race. We saw Josh Wachowski go under that 2-minute mark in his 200-metre backstroke earlier today, so expect to see him push through a little bit through the second 100. He'll be just sitting back in this first 100 of butterfly, trying to feel good. Alison Lee, great 200 flyer, so expect him to have the legs to go the distance in this 400 IM. We know 200 butterflies are tough, and you expect to see him kind of setting the pace in the fly leg. Kind of Power over in lane 1, though, really attacking the first 100 and we'll be hoping to see if he can hold on throughout the next 3 100s.
Yeah, as we see, Alison Lee starting to come at him at the end of that butterfly leg. You mentioned Joshua Wachowski sitting in third, sitting in sixth, as we had a couple of late swimmers come really well at the end of that breaststroke leg, trying to make his way through this one. Kynan Power still leading the way. Alison Lee in second, but now turning in third is Keisei Kojima with Joshua Wachowski in fourth.
So Kynan still holding those rates up, looking good through the backstroke, holding on to that lead, but already we've just seen Josh move from sixth through to third in the first 50 of the backstroke, and just starting to look like he's about to overtake Alison Lee in lane 4.
Yeah, he's done that, and he's coming up towards where Kynan Power is. Power will turn first in this one, but not much between the two swimmers. And we can see Josh's underwater work there was absolutely brilliant. Now brought him alongside Kynan, possibly even ahead here as we're coming down the back part of this backstroke. As we come into the wall, it is going to be Josh who does touch first, ahead of Kynan Power, Alison Lee in third.
We'll see who in this 100 metres of breaststroke really wants to try and attack it. We want to be gaining as much of a lead into the freestyle as you can, because we know that the distance that you are in front will almost double when you hit that freestyle. And that can kind of set you apart from the others and maybe let people give up a little bit, whereas if they're right alongside, you're going to be pushed all the way through to the end. So far, though, this is looking like a really nice swim from Joshua Wachowski in lane 5.
Yeah, he's been able to build on his lead here. He will touch first at the 250 mark, a second ahead now of Alison Lee. Kynan Power has slipped back a bit with Keisei Kojima now into third spot.
So it's just interesting, these two boys in front. Alison almost looks like the faster of the breaststroke swimmers, but just being pulled away from on each of these underwaters by Joshua Wachowski.
As we see Wachowski out by a body length in this one. It's been a strong swim so far. He will touch first as we head into the freestyle. A 2.5 lead now, so was able to extend his lead in the breaststroke leg. He's now looking to kick ahead here. Keisei Kojima in third spot there. Leon Vidal now up into fourth, but it is Joshua Wachowski leading the way.
Really nice swim from our leaders out the front. They'll turn 50 metres to go here. Joshua Wachowski leading Alison Lee by about 1 second. Keisei holding on to third. Oscar Campbell moves up alongside Leon Vidal through that first 50 of freestyle, and they're stroke for stroke in a little race to the wall here. And speaking of racing to the wall, it was a good turn from Elson to come up alongside Josh Wachowski, but he just kicks away in those last few metres. Easy onto the wall there in a solid time of 4:25.22. Alison Lee touches in second, 4:26.38, with Keisei Kojima touching in third, 4:32.47. Presenting the medalists for event 16, the boys 11 and under 100 metre individual medley. Winner of the bronze medal representing Nunawading, Aaron Zhong. Winner of the silver medal representing Yarra Plenty Waves, Callan Yee. And winner of the gold medal in a new Metro short course record time of 1:12.15, representing Nana Aquapower, Sean Deng. Could we please have our backstroke ledge volunteers make their way down to pool deck? That is our backstroke ledge volunteers down to pool deck now, please.
We've now got our female 50-metre butterfly for our multi-class athletes. We've got one heat in this one, and it's Grace Ryder leading the way in lane number 4. She's ahead of Jessica McDermott, our two S19 athletes. Ruby Halliday, who is an S8 athlete, did turn third on the wall. Abby Glaran in 4th, and with these ones it's closest to the world record who will take out this title. Grace Ryder's going to get the touch on the wall in a 34.57 ahead of Jessica McDermott in a 34.84. Touching third is Ruby Halliday in a 42.35. Abby Glaran touches 4th in a 44.20. Kira Warwick touches there in 46.17.
Away and racing now with event 19, the men's 50-metre butterfly multi-class, just the one-timed final in this event for us this morning. Taking us through very fast through that first 25 will be Nicholas Layton, straight off the back of his 50 free from the 18 and over able-bod, where he claimed a bronze medal. The time there, 24.76. Almost stroke for stroke between Mingzi Pang and Miles Parfit, with Mingzi just getting the touch, 29.35 ahead of 29.75. And then the rest of the field comes in almost together there. A few of the boys sneaking under that 40-second mark. Presenting the medalists for event 17, the boys 14 and under 400-metre individual medley. Winner of the bronze medal representing MLC, Fraser Blair. Winner of the silver medal representing Caulfield, Harry Kalergis. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 4:41.02, representing Surrey Park, Lachlan Bull. Medalists in the men's 15 and over 400-metre individual medley. Winner of the bronze medal representing Ivanhoe Swim, Kaisei Kojima. Winner of the silver medal representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Elson Lee. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 4:25.22, representing MLC, Joshua Wachowski. Into the water now, we have swimmers in event 20, the girls 12-13-year-old 100-metre backstroke. We have 5 timed finals in this one today. In the water is time final number 1.
Yeah, we've got 3 swimmers in this one. Grace Cox touched first at the 25-metre ahead of Skylar Z, and Ren Wunchgo was in third, but Ren's had a really good second 25 metres. She's trying to come up alongside Grace, who is still leading.
So at the 50-metre turn, Grace goes through in a 36.77. Skylar G actually touched onto the wall in second, 37.77, just 7 100ths ahead of Ren. And those two really close now and really closing that gap between themselves and Grace. As we turn for home, I think we're going to have a race on our hands.
Yeah, Grace still leading here. Skylar in second and trying to come up alongside her. It is a race down this back 25 metres. Skylar coming through very strong here. Looks like it's going to come down to the touch. You've got Skylar and Grace alongside each other. Both launch at the wall, and it's Grace Cox who gets the touch in a 1:17.08. Skylar Z in second in a 1:17.09, and Ren Wunch go in third in a 1:18.85.
Off and racing now with our second heat, and it was on cue Eve, the best of the starts. Pushing through quickly though in this first 25, Kristen Silva and Miette Zhao. They'll go through together with Anna Bocciavelli. All 3 girls very similar in speed as we meet the halfway point. It will be Kristen, 35.44, with Miette in second, 35.56, and Anna in third, 35.82. No change to our lead group down that third 25. Just this final lap left to swim. Kristen Silva holding off Miette Zhao under the flags. She looks to take this one out in a 1:13.25. Ahead of Miette, 1:14.15, with Christine Chivung in lane 4, touching in third in a 1:15.33. A third heat of girls taking us away through this first 25. Will be lane 6, Alice Shea, ahead of Lily Egan. Middle of the pool looking pretty close. Nice high stroke rate from Lily. Looks to have gained that lead through the second 25. She'll turn in first, almost under the 34-second mark, 34.03. Ella, 34.43. 3/100ths ahead of Ellie Chen, 34.46.
Yeah, Lily Egan looking to try and extend her lead here, but Alice Shea trying to go with her. Lily Egan will touch first ahead of Ella Shea, but not much between the two of them. They have broken away from everyone else as we come down the back 25 metres here. Leading the way still is Lily Egan, narrowly ahead of Ella Shea. And it will be Lily Egan who will touch first in a 1:10.71. Second was Ella Shea in a 1:11.51. And third place was Ellie Chen in a 1:11.66. Heat 4 of 5 in the 100-metre backstroke for our female athletes, 12 and 13. And it was a strong start in lane number 7 from Ali Wang, who's leading the way here, has half a body length lead already in this first 25 metres. Some good underwater, extends that beyond a body length here in this second 25. So Ali Wang has come out firing in this first 50. In second place in lane number 4, Claire Zhang will turn in second, but it's all Ali Wang who leads by a second and a half here after the first 50. She'll now try to hold on as the others come at her. Claire Zhang is now in second, but now extending her lead a little bit here.
Yeah, such great early speed from Ali, and she's continued it throughout. Don't think these girls are going to be able to catch her. If anything, she's pulling away down the final 25. Good swim from Claire, holding into that second place, but all Ali Wang in lane 7, 107.53. Claire touches in second, 110 flat, and it will be Erin Paris finishing in third, 110.70. So racing now with our fifth and final heat of the girls, 12-13 years, 100-metre backstroke. Taking us out will be Amelie Dior-Velichkovsky in lane 5. We are missing our fastest seeded qualifier. Opens the doors for some medalists to take over. Over in lane 8, doing well early on, is Sadia Zhao as well. As we come through at the 50-metre point, it will be Amelie Dior, followed by Anna Kang in second, and then Sadia in third.
There was some really good underwater there from Anna Kang in lane number 2. She's now leading this race as we're coming down this third 25 metres. Will be Anna Kang a touch first from Amelia Dior in second, Zadia Zayo in third spot now, but it is Anna Kang on that far side. Amelie Dior coming at her as we come down this back 25 metres, but it will be Anna Kang who will take this one out in a 105 flat, and Emily Dior second in a 106.03, and third was Charlotte Ford coming home strong in a 107.53.
Presenting the medals for event 18, the girls 14 and under 50 metre butterfly multi-class. Winner of the silver medal representing Essendon District Aquatic, Abby Glaran. And winner of the gold medal representing Western Melbourne Propulsion, Jessica McDermott. For our women's 15 and over 50 metre butterfly multi-class, our bronze medalists from Ivanhoe Swim, Grace Ryder. Winner of the silver medal from Flyers, Kira Warwick. And winner of the gold medal from MLC, Ruby Halliday. Our medalists for event 19, the boys 14 and under 50 metre butterfly multi-class. Winner of the bronze medal from Essendon District Aquatic, Jaden Brooks. Winner of the silver medal from Caulfield, Phoenix Jang. And winner of the gold medal from Flyers, Alfred Hindle. In our men's 15 and over 50 metre butterfly multi-class, your bronze medalist from Yarra Plenty Waves, Cooper Harrington. Winner of the silver medal from Camberwell Grammar Aquatic, Ming Zi Pang. And winner of the gold medal representing Melbourne Vic Centre, Nicholas Leighton.
In the water for event 21, the 100 metre backstroke for our male athletes, 12 and 13-year-olds. We've got 6-time finals in this event. Out strongly in lane number 3 is Tong Lee. He'll turn first in a 16:13. The only swimmer underneath the 17 seconds in that first 25 metres. Coming through in lane 7 and 8 is Felix Don and Michael Bonfryer. But it is still Tong Lee leading the way here. He'll turn in a 33:56. Second was Jasper Feng, who had a good back half of that 25 metres. And then third, Jasper Zayo in the middle there. It is Tong Lee, though, still leading this one, being able to extend his lead in this third 25 metres. He'll turn in a 51:92. Second is Jasper Feng, and in third is Jasper. So, it is all Tong Lee in this one. He will lead this one from start to finish, and will touch in a time of 1:09.53. In second is Michael Bonfryer in a 1:14.20, and third was Jasper Feng in a 1:14.33. Up and stroking in heat number 2 of event 21. It was a really good start from Jacob Liu in lane number 0. But touching first, it is going to be Roger Teo in the middle of the pool. Jacob in second. Jack Dawson touches in third, with all 3 swimmers underneath that 17-second mark for the first 25. Fairly even start here, as we do see Jack Dawson looking strong there in lane number 7, but Roger Teo is going to get him on the touch. Jack Dawson in second, Jacob Liu in third spot here. But it is lane number 4, Roger Teo, who is looking to extend his lead in the middle of the pool. Jack Dawson trying to go with him. The two will touch the wall first and second. It's Dawson with the lead ahead of Teo, but not much between the two, only 0.22. Jack Dawson still in front here. Coming home stronger is Matthew Dacey in lane 9, but leading the way here, it is Dawson and Teo. It's going to come down to the touch, and Elijah Q comes from nowhere to take the touch in a 1:13.3.5. In second, Jack Dawson in a 1:13.7.1, and in third was Matthew Hugh in a 1:14.11. Heat 3 underway, and some great underwater there in lane 5 from Jason Wang to take a half a body length lead out in this one. He'll turn first ahead of Lucas Kovac in lane number 0. Sean Gill in lane number 4 turns third, but it's Jason Wang who's leading the way. He's lead out to nearly a body length here as we come down to the halfway mark. Trying to go with him is Sean Gill. Turning second, Lucas Kovac out in lane number 0. Again, still trying to stick with Jason Wang. They're starting to come at him. Lucas Kovac looks like he's making his move in lane number 0, but Jason Wang is still leading the way here. Sean Gill also in the conversation here for the placings in this race. It's Jason Wang in first, Sean Gill second, Lucas Kovac in third, but Jason Wang will take this one out. He's controlled it from the start. He's going to touch first. There's a battle on for second, but Jason Wang touches in a 1:10.69. In second was Sean Gill in a 1:12.48, and third was Lucas Kovac in a 1:12.62.
Off we go with our 4th heat of the boys, 12-1300 metre backstroke. It was lane 4, Emmanuel Commerling, a name we've heard a few times throughout this morning's session. He'll lead us through 15.66 ahead of William Siddles. He had a 100 freestyle before where he did a massive 4-second personal best, so we know that these young boys are on today.
It's been a really strong swim so far from Emmanuel in a 32.15 at the halfway mark, nearly 2 seconds ahead there of William Siddles. Sanduka in third at that turn, but it is all Emmanuel Commerling who's looking to extend this lead as we come down to the final turn.
Yeah, really put it out there in that first 50 and continuing to cruise away down this final 25. Once again, just pulling himself right ahead of the field. And he's going to take out the 4th heat. Solid time, 106.39. Will in second, 109.28. And then George Zheng over in lane 0. The other boy from Yarra Plenty touches in third, 110.97. So our fastest time so far set by heat 4, 1:06. Going after it is lane 7, Lucas Dew. He's through in a 15.29 ahead of Callum Kapoor over in lane 3 and Austin Baxter in lane 6.
All these swimmers coming in with an entry time over the 1 minute 10. We've had 3 athletes go underneath that so far, so these swimmers will be looking to join those ones. Lucas Dew still leading the way there at the 50 metre. Callum Kapoor in second, and third was Leo Liang, but it is still Lucas in lane 7 trying to extend this lead as he comes into the last 25. We'll touch in a 49.02, 2 seconds ahead there over Callum, so that gap is increasing.
Yeah, such great swim speed for Lucas Dew, holding that nice high stroke rate. He'll come through under the flags. I think it'll be a little bit quicker than we saw previously. 105.94 to take out the 5th heat ahead of Callum Kapoor, 108.90. Just 2 100ths ahead of Lachlan Henderson, 108.92.
Our 6th and final heat in the 100 metre backstroke for our 12 and 13-year-old male athletes. This has got our fastest qualifiers, so expect these swimmers to try and get into the medals. It's Josh Coe who touches first there in a 15.34. Second was Elijah Lamont, and third E Yang. So some fast times here early in this one.
Yeah, the boys certainly setting the pace early on as we come through. E has moved through into that first place spot now, 31.99 ahead of Josh Coe, who's still holding in there from lane 7, 32.08 ahead of Hong Hang Koo, also known as Hope. So Hope now starting to push through this field as well.
Yeah, Hope had a really good back part to that lap there, and he does touch first just ahead of E, and Hope had a really good turn to extend his lead and open up this race a little bit. It is Hope Q who is going to take this one out. Touches in a 104.95 ahead of E Yang in a second in a 105.54, and third was Josh Coe in a 106.09.
Presenting the medalists for event 20, the girls 12-13-year-old 100 metre backstroke. Equal winners of the bronze medal, representing Yarra Plenty Waves, Charlotte Ford, and representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Ellie Wang. Winner of the silver medal, representing Western Melbourne Propulsion, Amelie Dior Velichkovsky. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 105.00, representing Nunawading, Anna Kang.
We've got event 22 in the water, the 200 metre backstroke for our women's. We've got 5 heats in this one. Starting strong here in lane number 8 is Indy Sporic. Coming in second so far, Gemma Sullivan and Amber Liu in a third. So we've got a number of ages from 13 through to open age in this one. So Indy leading the way here. So we come down to the wall. Coming through strong is Gemma Sullivan, who touched second in lane number 0. Amber Liu not far behind as well.
So we've just seen our athletes compete in the 100-metre backstroke. We now push that distance up to 200 metres, and it does change the tactics quite substantially. The 200 short course really requiring that extra oxygen because you've got a lot more turns, a lot more underwater work to push through. And this event really hard on the legs. We come through the 100-metre turn, and we've got 3 athletes all out about half a body length ahead, not much separating them. It will be Gemma Sullivan, a 113.83 ahead of Amber Liu, 114.53, with Indy Sporsic in a third, 114.77. And now we start to see the gears shift. We want to see this third 50. We pick up the speed, try to push through a little bit quicker here.
Yeah, Gemma Sullivan still underneath that 20-second mark. Catherine Liu, who's now in fourth, was the only other one underneath 20 seconds. So it's Gemma Sullivan out in lane number 0, leading from Amber Liu. Indy Sporic in third spot, but it's Gemma Sullivan who will turn for the last 50 in a 1:52.72. Still underneath that 20-second. In second is Amber Liu in a 1:55.05, and Catherine Liu again underneath that 20-second, now push up to third.
Yeah, you can really see her starting to move through the field, those few quicker 25s. If she can hold that pace, she is going to creep up on Amber, and she's done that just there, so she'll move into second place. Gemma Sullivan, though, over in lane 0, she's put together a fantastic swim here as she comes down into the finish to take out the first heat. The time, 2:30.94. Close for second. It will go to Amber. Good last 25. 2:33.54 ahead of Catherine. 2:33.75.
In the water for heat number 2 of event 22. Upstroking strongly is Simone Wee in lane number 4. Right beside her, Amelia has had a really good first 25, and those two will turn 1 and 2. Avika Thatcher in lane number 1 turned in third.
Nice controlled first 50s from the girls, keeping that good length on their stroke, not overdoing it with the rate, making sure they're holding that water, not spinning the wheels. And it will be lanes 5 and 4 who continue to lead through at the 50-metre turn. Just 2 100s between the girls there.
Yeah, not much between them as they come down to this turn. Amelia still leading from Simone. Avika still in third, but looking strong there is Ali Hutchison in lane number 2, starting to come through, as is Chloe in lane number 7. But it's our 2 leaders, with Amelia now starting to have a bit of a gap as the rest of them try to get on the tail there of Simone.
So we'll see who can really build through. Ali Hutchinson got the momentum on her side. She came through that turn and underwater, pushing the first few strokes off the wall. I like to see that. It looks like we might have a change of leader here, so it will be Ali. Turns just ahead now of Amelia, and then Simone holding third place.
It was a really good 25 metres from Ali. Amelia trying to go with her as well as we're coming down towards the 150. It'll be Ali Hutchison still leading this one. She turns first in a 151.94. Nearly a second there ahead of Simone, who's now up into second. Amelia has slipped back to a third.
Gosh, it's still so close between the girls in 4 and 5. But Ali Hutchinson worked through that third 50, pushed her way into the lead, continues to hold it now with 25 metres left to go. Simone almost just waiting for this last 25. She's flicked up a gear as well. She's coming up alongside Ali, and it's going to be close down under the flags, but I think it'll go to Ali Hutchinson under that 2:30 mark, 2:29.85. Simone in second, 2:30.45, and Amelia touching in third, 2:31.37. Underway now with our third heat. Great underwater coming out of lane 7 there. Matilda Clark got away beautifully. She'll lead us through at the 25, just ahead of Mia Yeo. Expect to see some good underwater work from her. Butterflies, they're so good on those underwater kicks.
See Matilda still leading the way in this one. Mia not far behind her, and Mia actually gets the touch there to lead at the 50 ahead of Matilda Clark. Emma Grave in third spot there. So we see Mia looking to try and extend a lead here. Matilda trying to go with her, but the two of them have a more than a body length lead over the rest of the pack.
You can just see the girls as they approach the wall onto their front. Mia really flicks the feet over a lot faster, so even though they might look really close together, she's getting those turns, she's getting the touch on the wall earlier, but just because of the speed of the feet flicking onto that touchpad, she'll turn at the 100-metre mark out in front, 107.54 for Mia Yeo, ahead of Matilda Clark, 109.12. Emma Graves still sits in third, 111.46.
Yeah, and Mia Yeo spending a fair bit more time underwater on the turns as well compared to Matilda Clark, and able to extend her lead a little bit more each time she does that. She's now well and truly in front, 2.5 seconds as we come down to the 150 mark. Mia Yeo will touch first in this one in a 1:43.79, so she continues to build this lead. Nearly a second and a half quicker than Matilda Clark on that lap, so that lead is extending. Lucy Olsen now up into third.
Yeah, that last 50 was a good one for Lucy Olsen, moving her way through the field to push up into that third place spot. It is close, though, between herself, Zoe Skepper and Emma Grave. Those three girls are going stroke for stroke as they turn for the final 25. But this one, Mia Yeo's almost run away with a little bit here through the second half. She'll come down under the flags into the wall. The touch there just over 220, 220.69. Matilda Clark hangs on for second, 225.90, and Lucy Olsen in third, 227.13.
Heat 4 or 5 in the 200 metre backstroke for our female athletes. Been a flying start there in lane number 7 for Tiffany Meert. She will touch first here. The only swimmer underneath the 16-second mark for that first 25, nearly a second quicker than Bethany Chugg, who is next to her. But it is Tiffany Meert who will touch first here as we come down to the 50 in a 32.45. Still that second ahead of Bethan.
So we saw a 2:20 out of the previous heats, and the girls in this one, fastest qualifier is 2:22. So we're going to be looking to try and get a personal best if we want to be sitting in a medal contention spot coming into the final heat. We come into the 100-metre turn. It will be Tiffany Meert holding on to that lead out in front from lane 7. 108.35 ahead of Beth Ann. 109.38. And Victoria Dang into third. 110.16.
Strong turn there from Beth Ann, who's now putting the pressure on Tiffany out the front there. The margin was out to a second. It's now only 0.23, and Beth Ann now in front after that turn. She's had a sensational middle part of this race. So we've got lanes 8 and 7 leading in this one, but also starting to come through there in lane number 3 is Victoria Dang, but it's Beth Ann now leading by more than a second, having trailed by more than a second ahead of Tiffany. Emerson Hogan in lane number 0 had a really good 25 metres and is now up to third. We see Beth Ann Chugg looking that she's going to take this one out in this 4th of 5 heats here. She will touch first in a 2:21.36. Second was Emerson Hogan in a 2:24.07, and third was Tiffany Meert in a 2:24.47.
Away we go now with our 5th and final heat of the women's 200-metre backstroke. Nice even starts across this field. Expect to see a good race on our hands. Zara Barr will lead us around in first, ahead of Madison Cooper, followed by Kira Jeffs. So early speed out in lane 1.
As we turn here for the 50, it's still Zara Barr leading the way. Madison Cooper in a second. Judy Hassan Aman in third in that 32.68. It's been a strong swim so far from Zara Barr, but looks like starting to come through in lane number 4 is Madison Cooper, and they do touch at the 75-metre mark equal.
So nothing separating our leaders. Alyssa Lever over in lane 6, really starting to push up along into this lead group as well. Coming through 100 metres will be Madison Cooper, 105.84. Alyssa pushes into second, 106.25, with Zara holding on in that 3rd place spot. And this is where we want to see the most movement. We want to see the girls really attack this third 50. So far, Alyssa probably doing the best job of that. Really work that underwater. shifted gears just to start to overtake Madison Cooper. And those two will be the first to turn for home. 50 metres remaining. Alyssa Lever, 139.63. Madison Cooper, 140.41. And Zara Barr still in that third place spot from lane 1, 141.88.
Yeah, Alyssa Lever started to build a lead in that 50 metres here. Trying to go with her is Madison Cooper, but it's Alyssa Lever leading the way here, out by more than a body length after that turn. She's putting in the beat here as we come down to the wall for this final heat of this race. She's going to come down as the fastest swimmer as well in a 2:13.22. Madison Cooper second in a 2:14.92, and Zara Barr holds on for third in a 2:16.95.
Presenting the medalists for event 21, the boys 12-13 years 100 metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal representing Nunawading, Lucas Dew. Winner of the silver medal representing Haileybury, E. Yang. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 104.91 representing Yarra Plenty Waves, Hope Koo. We have an infraction report for event number 21, heat 5, lane 9. Turn not executed immediately after turning onto the breast at the 50 metre turn. That is event number 21, heat 5, lane 9.
In for event 23, we've now got medley action. We've got the 4x50 metre medley for our 13 and under mixed teams. We've got 4 heats of this one. We've got 4 teams to start it off, and it's the Flyers who did start this one well. It is their B team in this one in lane number 4. CA Tritons is also in there with their B team in lane number 5, and the two are going stroke for stroke down the backstroke.
As we watch that changeover, Flyers hold on to their lead now. It was Tritons that hit the water second ahead of Swimland. Medley relays, always so interesting. That lead can change so quickly on each of these 50s. Flyers doing a great job of holding on. The Flyers and the CA Tritons really starting to pull away here.
The CA Tritons trying to stick with the Flyers, who will make that transition now into the butterfly. Both of these teams, one's got a female swimmer and one has got their male, so this is where we see tactics come into this one a little bit as well. Swimland, though, starting to come up, though, on CA Tritons, but it's all Flyers leading the way in this one.
Flyers extending that lead on each of these 50s. See what their freestyler can do. Bring it home for your team. They'll hit the water in first. Swimland, great butterfly leg from them. They'll go in second ahead of the Southeast Swim Club.
But it's all the Flyers in this one. They've led from the start of this, able to extend their lead across all the strokes. They're coming home strongly now in the final 25 metres here. It will be the Flyers who will touch first in this one. They will touch in a time of 2:23.7 in second spot there. We've got the Flyers, no time, but we believe they did touch first. It's got CA Trison's touch second, but we think there's some different results going up from the scoreboard from what we have got.
Off and racing now with our second heat of 4 mixed 13 and under 200 medley relays. So 2 male athletes, 2 female athletes from each team. As we've spoken about, a few different strategies, different tactics come into play here. Westbourne in lane 5, leading with a male swimmer, trying to get that advantage, that lead away from the pack.
We had a mixture of boys and girls in that first 50 metres here, and we've seen Westbourne now got their second male swimmer, so they're going to come home with their 2 females. They're going to try and build a lead and then look to hang on here. Westbourne lead the way in this one in a 4:47, looking to try and kick away from second place. There is PLC in lane number 0. Also looking good is Nana Cheltenham.
But Westbourne certainly solidifying this lead through their first 2 swimmers. They've got quite the buffer as well as clear water. They'll take us through into their butterfly first. Behind them was lane 1, Doncaster. They're around 7 seconds behind our leaders. Then it was the team from Nunnachelt. There's a line across the pool for second place here, but Westbourne holding nicely as they come into their final athlete.
Yeah, Westbourne turn first, change their first in a 1:36.94. It's a battle for second in this one. Touching second was Doncaster. PLC was in the mix as well, but it is all Westbourne looking to extend it. Nearly half a lap lead here. They come down to the end of this race. It's going to be a fast time here from Westbourne, who will take this one out. They're going to claim it in a 2:06.46, slightly slower than the previous heat. The battle for second is on. Coming in strongly here is Vic Centre. They will touch a second spot there. In third was Nana Cheltenham. In the water for the third of our 4 heats in the 13 and under medley relay. Had some good times so far, and looking strong early in this one is Caulfield in lane number 7. They will touch first there. Ivanhoe and Nana Aqua both touching in a second. So some good swims early on in this one.
And you just know a lot of these athletes are doing personal bests within these relays. We just saw that team from Westbourne drop around 10 seconds off their entry time. So someone has gone a lot faster than their time coming into this competition. A lot of action from the outside lanes here as our breaststrokers hit the water. Lane 9 in the lead now. The team from Ivanhoe swim. Following through Aqua Power over in 1. And the middle of the pool starting to work their way back into this race.
Yeah, it is. Not much between these sides, but it's going to be Nana Aqua Pulse touch for Nana Aqua Power, touch first in that one. In second, Vic Centre. Third was Ivanhoe Swim. Their B team out in lane 9. Not much between this one. It's still Nana Aqua Power ahead of Ivanhoe Swim. A has come into it just ahead of Ivanhoe Swim B in lane 9.
And a fantastic butterfly swim from the Ivanhoe Swim team out of lane 4. That'll push them through into the lead as our final swimmers, the freestylers, take to the water. Nana Aqua Power over in 1, still doing a great job in this race, holding on to second position ahead of Nana Wadding in 5. But Ivanhoe Swim just building through the field. Can they hold on down this final 15 metres? It's going to be close.
Look like they will just hold on narrowly. Nana Aqua Power in a second. So it was first in a 2:07.53, second in a 2:07.94, and third was Nana Wadding in a 2:09.13.
So it is our fourth and final heat in our mixed 13 and under 200 medley relay. Get around these guys. We are looking to give away some medals this morning as we push through in the lead. It will be Surrey Park out of lane 4 ahead of Nana Aqua Power. Doing well early on over in lane 8 is also the team from Doncaster as we come in to change over for our breaststroker.
Yeah, it's Surrey Park leading the way. They're narrowly ahead of Nana Aquapower. And in third spot was Doncaster out in lane 8. But it's the two middle lanes here trying to get a bit more of an advantage in this breaststroke. We see them touch, not much difference between them. Nana Aqua is narrowly ahead there at the lead. But coming into this one, Surrey Park's been able to respond in the back part of this breaststroke leg.
Surrey holds on to their lead as our butterflies hit the water. They are ahead of Ringwood, who touched in second, with Melbourne out in lane 6 in third, but only 1/100th separated third and fourth.
You see Surrey Park flying down here. This lead is extending down the butterfly. We've seen these getting out to early leads and trying to hold on. And they do have their second male swimmer now in the pool for the freestyle. Surrey Park leading the way in a 2:31.06. Second was Yarra Plenty. Third, Nana Aquapower.
So they are flying through this last 50 of freestyle. The Surrey Park team now about 2 metres in front of the rest of the field. Nana Aquapower pushing that bronze medal on the line. It looks like it's going to be Nana Wadding in 3, but it's going to be close. Surrey Park under the 2-minute mark, 1:58.06. Nana Aqua getting on second, 2:00.76, ahead of Nana Wadding at 2:01.75. Presenting the medalists for event 22, the girls 14 and under 200-metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal representing Western Melbourne Propulsion, Amelie Dior Velichkovsky. Winner of the silver medal representing Melbourne Swimming Club, Victoria Dang. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:16.95, representing MLC, Zara Barr. Medalist from our women's 15 and over 200-metre backstroke. Winner of the bronze medal representing Furbank Aquastars, Sarah Cooper. Winner of the silver medal representing Caulfield, Madison Cooper. And winner of the gold medal in a time of 2:13.22, representing Nana Wadding, Alyssa Lever.
Now in the water for our last event of the morning, event 24, our 4x50 metre medley, 14 and over. We've got 3 heats in this one, and starting out strong is PLC. They will touch first ahead of Ringwood as we come down to the second lap of this backstroke.
Yeah, we saw a great race for those minor placings out of our 13 and unders. Be good to see a close one in our 14 and overs. Just looking down at the times from that third heat, and I think we should get a pretty solid race on our hands, as we have so far out of heat 1. 3 teams out in front as our breaststrokers come through the halfway point. PLC just holding on ahead of Southeast with Ringwood in third. And those 3 teams still pretty much stroke for stroke down this second 25.
Yeah, it's been a really good breaststroke leg here from Southeast. We're right now in front as we turn for the butterfly. They will be just ahead of PLC. Ringwood in third, but not much between those front teams so far. But Southeast looking to extend their lead as we come down after the first lap of the butterfly.
A nice underwater from the team in lane 4 there. Southeast will go through in first with PLC on their hip. One team finishing with a female athlete, the other a male. This could certainly tighten up down the final 50. Good swim there by Nana Chelt down in lane 6. They've pushed through into third place spot in this heat.
Seen PLC make a move now. You mentioned that one male, one female athlete finishing off, and it's the male athlete for PLC that's coming home strong. But coming home even stronger is the Flyers in lane number 3, and they're going to get the touch in a 2:04.46. Second was PLC in a 2:04.82, and Southeast in third in a 2:05.59.
Into the water now with our second heat of 3. Outside lanes did well off the underwater, but it will be Westbourne in 4. Feet on the wall first, 13.52. Ahead of Vic Centre with Flyers in third.
As we come down to the wall for the first change, Westbourne leading the way in lane 4. The Flyers in second. Vic Centre in third. Seeing lane 3, Vic Centre start to break away here. We've got the male athlete there for Vic Centre. Westbourne with a female athlete. Now coming into second is Cardinia behind Vic Centre. Both of those teams have come out strongly. Also the Flyers in lane 8 starting to make their move.
So into the changeover, it will be Vic Centre from lane 3, 59.25. Taking us through into the butterfly, ahead of Cardinia in lane 6. A lot of action from this side of the pool, starting to push through this field, as is the team in lane 4, Westbourne. They've almost fully closed the gap on the team in lane 3 of Vic Centre. They'll be close on that changeover. Better of the Underwaters went to the Vic Centre team in 3. And that lead they're hoping to hold through this final 25.
Yeah, the first 6 teams in the pool all have female swimmers swimming their freestyle leg, so they're all coming up against each other. Leading the way still in this one is Vic Centre in lane number 3, ahead of Westbourne in lane number 4, and it's Vic Centre who touches first in a 1:56.31. Westbourne second in a 1:57.50, and Flyers out in lane number 8 touch third in a 1:59.40. In the water for the third time final of the 400-metre medley for the 14 and over. Our last race of the morning. Touching first here is Surrey Park in lane number 7. Second was Vic Centre in lane 3. And touching third was Yarra Plenty in lane 8. We've got 3 Surrey Parks in this one and 3 Vic Centres, so plenty of depth from those 2 clubs.
Absolutely, and I just took a look across at some of the athletes competing in this event. This field is stacked, I think we're going to have a nice tight race on our hands. It's going to sort itself out a little bit. We did see a few of those male backstrokers gain a good solid start for their teams, but we're breaststrokers starting to push through here. Vic Centre moving through from second into that first place spot now ahead of Caulfield. Surrey Park trying to hold on, and it'll be those three teams touching the wall almost together, all 157, just 1/100th of a second separated first and second.
Yeah, not much as we see Caulfield and Vic Centre trying to go stroke for stroke there. Caulfield still leading this one, but coming through strongly is Surrey Park in lane 7. So those three still leading the way. But lane number 4 there, the other Vic Centre team, now starting to come through with their male athlete. Lane 6, the other Surrey Park as well, looking to come up strongly. But it is going to be Vic Centre in lane 4 that do touch first.
Yeah, I just saw their final swimmer there, Owen Kruger, getting the crowd invested in this, because what a performance. They started at the back, they pushed through this field. They now have 2 body lengths on the team in lane 5 from Melbourne, who went into this one behind them, and they're going to take it out in a 1:47.47. Melbourne will touch in second, 1:49.75, and Surrey Park finishes in third, 1:51.62. Presenting the medals for event 23, the mixed 13 and under 200 medley relay. Winners of the bronze medal, Nunna Wadding A. Winners of the silver medal, Nunna Aquapower A. And winners of the gold medal in a time of 1:58.06, Surrey Park A.
Thank you for joining us for the 2026-2027 UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Short Course Championships. We will have more action this afternoon when session 2 gets underway, so make sure you tune in, and we have a big day tomorrow with session 3 and 4. Thank you for watching.